flipping it, Beep. I'm in the warm up. Give me half a chance. Thank you. Hello. Thank you. Thank you, Beep. Very generous. Yeah, getting your name in early. I could just wrapper that into the actual countdown thing. But you see, having personal control over it means that I can leave it on this black screen. Oh, brilliant. All right, press the button. For as long as I fancy. Now, you may wonder, friends who are here on the Saturday Social Club, why it is I've left you on this exciting menu. The reason that I've left you on this exciting menu is there are a lot of spoilers in this casual bit of play. It's only spoilers until Monday. It's only Monday's Farm Sim. Lots in Monday's Farm Sim. But I needed to get this job done, and I don't have any other time in my calendar to get this job done. So there you go. Let's say hello to people. Let's start with James is here. So is Rusty IT Nerd and Sarah and Thice, Collyfields, KJ, Alan and Eileen and Braindig and Dwarf and Arthur Packet of Crisps and Alfred and Chris and Paddy and Richard. Wolfgang's here, so's Captain Blix and Ajax Engine Company. Pixelator, for some reason, is in the house. Pix thinks I look good, but then he's Dutch and he therefore approves of me wearing orange. Ozzy and Townsend Jones is here, so's Jeff and his boats. Jarrett Black's here, the quiltless aeronautic. And, well, that suddenly hit a turn of speed there. Mobius Flight and Eric and Tad and Jamie. And Menso is here, so's Peter and Tim. And Mad Cat and Wayne and Allo and Liam and Stuart and Laszlo. And I scrolled and it didn't quite do as I hoped. Didn't quite go. And Leslie Ann and Phil and Mike and Off the Rails and Grumpy Bot. Don't scroll unless I invite you to. Grumpy Bottom, Mr. B, Blaster, Dralu, Yorkshire Phaser, Andrew, Willetsky and Jarl and Super 8 and Blake and XBL. Hold on, I'm going for this one. XBL Mastro di Casa, as you say. Merlin Kernow and Rod Stewart, the other one. Pat and Keith. Skip's in the house. Because where else would he be? Well, he's not allowed out of the house. He's on house arrest. Christian and Slats and Black and Sky and Red Shark and Pete and Michael. Richard and Scorpio. Morpheus Fatal and Tatsim Lakota. Lix Wolf, Techie, Ian, JMT, David, Synesthesia. And it's nigh impossible because people keep atting me. No, it's okay. You keep doing it. I'll fight it. You do as you do. Average John and Stewie and Matthijs and... or Matthijs. No, Mathis. The J's the Y. Yeah, probably. Adam and Slow Snowman and... Zymium. Sure. Red Shark and Ironhide and Short Snorple. Chris, Anti-God, Tricky. Is this because I've got my tractor out? Have I brought all the tractor boys to the house? And girls. And everyone in between. Anti-God and Tricky and Lee and Andrew and Matt and McTonal. JBK Tiger. Andrew and the Jeffroy Disabled Streamer. Goss Patrick D. No, I don't Goss Patrick often, but have been known to. Excuse me, and Cody, Pesky, Quiet Man, David, Marcus, Zero Skill. Michael and Amil and Robert and Badger Juice, and which is... something you don't really want to think about. Scotty and Pioneer and David and Sam and Eric and Beep, and David. Christopher and Game Over Australia, Canadian Buzzard, Pauper J, Robin and Mad Land Nomad and Ross and Christopher and Keith. And Don't Duel and Yo Choco Tube and Alan and Bad Guy 890. Whew! See, the more you get used to the standards, right? The standards on the stream, the worse it gets. Hello, Robert. Right. Okay, good. So, yes, spoilers. No, I'm not going to explain anything about the spoilers because it will be spoilerish, right? So I just left you on here because we've got a very straight... Hello, Tea Kettle. So we're here, look. We've got one of these. Let me know on the volume because get used to this volume. Just get used to it. Yeah. Right, so we're going straight up to the place we're going straight up to. Semtech says, don't forget Lily, Jasmine and Daisy. They're all here as well with Jason Davies. Okay. All right, I know. I mean, that could be kittens, could be people, probably both, maybe neither. All right, let's turn that down at my end a little bit. There you go. That's super. So it's a big lad. Yeah, we're looking this way because there are spoilers galore the other way. Oh, dearie me. Yeah. So Zen and the Art of Cotton this evening. We've got the entire field to cope with, and yeah, just keep doing that. That's it. Yeah. Pretty. I've run into a tree, run into the fence. Okay. That's all right. We're almost there anyway. We are almost there. Volume's good. I'm much louder than the tractor. Good. Right. Here is the field. It's a goodly field, and by no way is it insurmountable in terms of harvesting. There's just a lot of it. So we're going to harvest, we're going to mulch, and that'll probably be it. I think that's as much as we'll get through. Yeah, so, right, let's stroll on. Which means that it's a more casual than usual casual stream. I'll be well up for general conversation, I reckon. Right, engage the machinery, and let's stroll on. Let's get the wheels aligned, and then we can stroll. We're strolling. Okay. Yeah, christening this bad new piece of hardware. Bad boy piece of hardware. Now, unlike when I'm ploughing, I tend to be a little bit obsessive about not missing bits. When I'm harvesting it again, I'll leave sporadic plants here and there, all over the place, but I'm trying to set a good precedent to start with. Hang on, there we go, and there, and 3. Right, good. There's that. Yep. And then we can just wiggle on this bit. Good. So we're gonna work the perimeter, and then I shall try and do lanes. I don't know if it's going to work. And Christopher has become a member of the Fail Brigade. It has been long foretold that Christopher certainly would be here amongst us, blessing us with his magnificence and Fail Brigadery. Thank you, Christopher. Welcome aboard. Be sure to join the Discord, won't you? There you go. Look, let's have some of that. That's nice. I'm pretty sure I've tactically chosen the right corner to position my my little window, but obviously, if I feel otherwise, I'll shift it. Paul's chucked £2 into the bucket. It's general conversation, a friend of mine. Very good. Yeah. No, I mean, the second you set yourself up with some kind of military inference, then there's a whole lot of words that would go off the table. Major and private and Lance Corporal. All that stuff. Yeah, so this is it. This is the action. Hope you like it. Yeah. Where's Jeff? Don't know, but he's being fed. I saw him just now. He clocked me closing the curtains downstairs, and he came bounding up to the window and goes, "Come on, let me in the window." And I went, "Oh, flying neck." Yeah. The one truism about Jeff, which for the, I mean, you're welcome to use whichever spelling you like, but for the elimination of doubt, it is with a J and not with a G-E-O. Yeah, just to eliminate Jeff Doubt there. No, the one truism about Jeff is as much as he has a cat flap and uses it ably and constantly, if there is any other orifice into the house that is available at a given time, then he'd rather use that. Yeah. So you go anywhere near something that opens, and he'll be outside yelling at you, going, "Let me in!" And you go, "Yeah, well, all right, Jeff. I mean, yeah, okay. Yeah, nice vineyard. Yeah, not my vineyard. I might bulldoze it. Yeah, we might bulldoze it. I own that bit. You should know about that bit. That bit you should know about already. I know that's where the sheeps are. Yeah, the sheeps are over in that bit. I'm pretty sure I detailed the sheeps in the last episode. So that's all good. Hello, Raz. Nice to see you. Yeah. Is it Jeff or Jeffrey? No, it's Jeff. Just Jeff. Because he's deaf. And Wen herself said, "I think we should get this little cat. He's lovely," from the rescue shelter, showing me on the website just how lovely the little cat is. I was like, "Oh, I don't like cats." And she was going, "But he's deaf, and his name's Jeff." And I went, "This is acceptable to me." Yeah, I know. I'm easily swayed. If he's got a daft name, then I'm all in. So that's how I came to be a cat steward. Yeah, I know, it's a great story. Many have told it, and well, I've told it. Yeah, bulldozed the neighbour's vineyard. I might. It's only about 40 grand, I think. The vineyard. The question is, what I want to put in there instead. I'm trying to be tactical with regards to future purchases. As you can see, I've got quite a bit of cash. That in itself is a bit of a spoiler. But there you go. You'll find out why on Monday. Just in case you're joining late. Yeah. The reason this is the where are we? This is about minute 12, maybe 13 on Monday. That is this stream. Okay. Yeah. Just so you're aware. And I simply did not have time to record this properly. Or no, not even record it. Just to do the work. I didn't have time to do the work ahead of Monday. And yeah, it's so there you go. So you're doing me a solid here by joining me while I do this. And I'll tell you something for nothing. As much as it does drive you bananas, and you do feel yourself losing the will to anything, it is also really rather peaceful. And therefore I like it. Marcus has paid 19 Swedish crowns into the bucket in order to issue the spoiler alert sticker. Thank you, Marcus. You're doing good work there. Yeah, as a windmill. Yeah. I didn't play. That was here when it started. Sadly, it doesn't do anything. Yeah. Life is hard compared to what you fell asleep about an hour before I started. You're supposed to fall asleep during. That way you can pick up the action when you wake up again the following day. I'm just here to, gently soothe you into a relaxing Saturday evening, morning or Sunday. Yeah, there you go. Because obviously we shouldn't forget that Australia's already up for the following day. So are the Kiwis. So just be generous. And then our resident Indian viewers are all going, I don't think I can stay up any longer. I don't think I'm going to make it. So it's worthy of consideration, certainly. Yeah, right, there you go. You haven't been here for a bit. Hopefully you can catch a few more of these, says Bobbington. Well, you've tuned in for, non-stop excitement this evening. Yeah. We'll get a lap time check in about 5 minutes. Let's say 10. Once I've completed the first lap. Yeah, but it's all good. It's all good. Very, very good. Yeah, there it is. Andy says, I'm turning 40 and I've suddenly revised decades of hobby of collecting Pokemon cards. Are you having a midlife crisis? No, not at all. Not at all. Nothing wrong with that in the slightest. No, if Pokemon is your jam, go for it. It used to be, well, certainly in the UK, right? And I imagine that there are parallels in other countries, right? It used to be that blokes of a certain age would have a shed in the garden, and they would spend as much time as possible in the shed, just whittling or reorganising the tools again for whatever reason. And certainly the shed culture still exists, although people will these days probably refer to it more as a workshop. But it's less a storage space and more just somewhere you hang out. And that was socially acceptable hobby time for man. I've got a good. I heard this somewhere once about gender inequality, because it's very good. I'll drop this in now, right? Because it's a really interesting thought moment, and it's no longer as true as it once was. But it used to be that little girls were always taught to hope and aspire and wait for that one day where they could be the princess, right? So they were taught to wait for their wedding day and they could be the princess and have that special moment day kind of deal. Whereas little boys, they were told, "Why, you could go off and be a sportsman or build, model anything you like or go and be a general, or go and do this and do that and do. So it's the development of hobbies kind of begins at a very young age. The hobbies that little girls, and this is it's very stereotypical, but it's why it's taken a long time for not being exclusionary for women and girls who want to get into the same nerdy stupidity that us blokes get into. Because the more the flaming merrier, frankly. And I think I would put it down partially to Star Wars, partially to Harry Potter, and partially to Marvel, of why girls now are as big a bunch of nerds as boys are. And it's important to because having hobbies as an adult it's a big deal, and because you have time to fill up, and having some stuff that you tinker around with. Obviously, all games ever. Herself was a huge gamer, more than me probably. I mean, she didn't play the same kind of. She'd come into the room, see me doing this, and just kind of go, "What is wrong with you? Why are you doing this?" I go, "It's fantastic. I'm having such a good time." And meanwhile, she'd go, "It's ridiculous," and all I'd hear from downstairs was yelling as whichever assassin she was being this time around was throwing himself off some flipping tall building. So yeah, there you go. That's it. Beep has become a member of the Fail Brigade. However, Beep has routinely been a member of the Fail Brigade, and he just wants me to say Beep has become a member of the Fail Brigade, which I have now done. That's my contractual obligation fulfilled. There you go. I think Beep's already a member over on the Patreon and has now decided he wants the shiny badge as well. Nothing wrong with that, although I'd love it if I could give the shiny badge to people who do the Patreon. But no, YouTube keep that toy to themselves. Yeah, just, there you are. Good. Right, so they're off topic. Yeah. I mean, one of herself's hobbies was buying new controllers after she'd broken one. Because the number of times she would she'd just rage throw it. For all that it's worth. It's just ridiculous. Marcus has chucked 20 crowns in the bucket. Thank you, Marcus. Lap 1 of 67, Motorsport at its finest. I need your recommendations, team. I note with increased disappointment that F1 Manager is once again shipping without an editor built in. I'd love a good motorsport management game. I'd love one. And I can't go back to Motorsport Manager. I can't do it, even though it is still top of the tree. I just need a good one. Beep has chucked $50 in the buck. Beep, you generous old sausage. You are a member of Patreon. Any chance I could get an updated fee schedule? No, I won't, because as much as you know what your wallet capacity is, Beep, old son. And frequently I will just kind of go, oh, bleh, and you'll then submit it, which makes me go, oh no, I hope that wasn't didn't feel a blight, and therefore just your generosity is unsurpassed, as possibly your wallet capacity is, but I'm not gonna egg you on to choose to or don't. There you go. Yeah, probably more exciting than tomorrow's F1 race. That's the thing. With the F1 game, the F1 game looks great, F1 Manager, but I couldn't give a hoot about the teams, the drivers, the owners. I want to make them all up and then have them fight for my amusement. That would be good stuff. Stone Steak, you missed the old format. Oh, I see. You missed the old format rather than the heavily edited stuff. Stone Steak has been a member for 12 whole months, just so you're aware. Well, after this Farming Sim series is done, which it finishes on Monday, then we will return to something a little more similar to the kind of the standard Let's Play that was going on before. that I wanted to do. If you are a Fail Brigade member, I will go into considerable detail on this topic in June's Reduced. But I wanted to do the entire series while sticking to a format and simultaneously giving it a week's worth of breathing space each time, just to see some cause and effect. Because a major truism out there is, if you expect different results while continuing to do the same thing, you should beat yourself in the face with a frying pan. That's the way it was originally written. It's been paraphrased since then. Gerald has chucked. Gerard, beg your pardon, not Gerald. Has chucked £2 in the bucket. Thank you. Started watching Factorio. Will I ever play it again? No. No, I will never. I will not be doing any further episodes of Factorio. There are some games that, as much as I like them, I will not go anywhere near videos, because the level of backseat driving will do my noggin in. Now, I come in for plenty of criticism about the way that I play stuff, because I just play for laughs, right? I play for fun. And when I'm making a video on the subject, I'm trying to make it as entertaining as possible for those who are watching. And frequently that entertainment comes via the medium of whatever it is that I'm saying out of my gob. And that's what the channel is all about. But when you get a game... This is why I haven't played Anno. Anno 1800 is very much up my street in terms of setting and game type and all of that kind of stuff. I like doing my little pirouette turns, just in case you're wondering. It's not the most efficient way to do it, but I do like doing the pirouette turn. Yeah, so it's not the most efficient, not the most effective, but I play things the way that I think they should be played. I try and intuit the way that things should be played far more than actually follow. I've got all kinds of messages coming in. I'll get to them. I'm not missing them. I've got a little list there. I'll get to them all. So with Factorio, it's been around for so long now and optimized, and people have got, oh no, this is totally the way you should be doing that. That all I will get off every video is non-stop, you need to do this, you need to do that, what's the matter with you, why are you doing it like this, why are you doing it like that, don't do it like this, are you stupid, were you born yesterday, why are you, why, and so on. Now, I'm fairly thick-skinned, right? I can take quite a bit of criticism, particularly from people who very obviously don't get it. But the whole reason I stopped playing Soviet Republic of the Workers and Resources was I just got fed up with the constant backseat driving and criticism. Just got fed up with it. And I went, you know what? It's taken all the fun out of making a video, so I'm going to stop making a video. So get over it. And at the end of the day, I took my ball and went home. The ball in question being videos, the home in question being off the internet. Right, let's catch up on some of these. Chopper and Moo have been a member of the Fail Brigade, both of them. The joint family membership option there. They've been a member for 4 long months. Good evening, Colonel. Could you please do me a favour? I probably can. And wish my daughter, Moo, a happy 8th birthday. Holy cow. 8 is brilliant. Being 8 is absolutely well done, Moo. 8 is just the best in the world. You can be anything you flipping like when you're 8. Wow. Good stuff. Nice one, Moo. Happy birthday. And I'll tell you something for nothing. I hope there was really good cake. If there wasn't really good cake, then you need to have a word with Senor Chopper. And just kind of go, what's this? You call this a cake? Come on, son. Chop, 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 chop. Huh? Right, there we go. Moo, happy birthday. Well done. Keep it up. I'll see you next year for your 9th. Husky Dog has been a member for 12 long months in a row. Whoo! Monkey. Wow, 1 whole year as a member of this stupendously fantastic and hilariously brilliant channel. Easy. I self-deprecate because I'm British. Hilariously brilliant, I wouldn't go that far. I have flashes of very funny. But they're only flashes, it's not constant. a certain amount of humility and entertainment is all I'm aiming to provide. And if you find it funny, then see a professional. Right, good. Thank you, Husky Dog. Gerard has chucked a £5 in the bucket. Well done, Gerard. Been watching you for years. Love the vids. Glad I can catch a live stream. Oh, your humour reminds me of my late stepdad. Well, as a stepdad myself, let me tell you that that being able to make kids laugh is the best thing in the world. I have undoubtedly told stories about this in the past, but herself and I formed a dramatically fine double act for our collective Herberts, of which there was a golden age where the triplets of mine and her two would all rock up at the weekend. So there'd be 7 of us, and we'd cook between the 2 of us. But I would always do dessert, which became known as the Sammy Saturday Special. We had a counter on the side, right? A table, a serving area, whatever you want to call it, and the table was set a little bit back from it, so they could all see what I was doing. And so I'd bought her proper dessert glasses, Knickerbocker Glory glasses, as you would know them in the UK. I bought her a set of those as a Christmas present because she got into homemade ice cream. That is until we smashed the ice cream maker with a hammer. The reason we smashed the ice cream maker with a hammer, very straightforward, is every time it was turned on, it would make everybody angry. I'm not joking. Ice cream maker, the horrific noise it would make would induce rage in everyone in the house. So yeah, she smashed it with a hammer, and everyone cheered, and we were happy, and then we bought ice cream. Anyway, the desserts in question, the Sammy Saturday Special, was always served in these big glasses, and I would use whatever I could find to make a pudding out of. I mean, you'd have the squirty. I'd ask the kids what did they want in there. Once I'd assembled the ingredients, there would be a bit of fruit, a bit of ice cream, probably a bit of cake. I'd use breakfast cereal. There'd be squirty cream, probably regular cream, sprinkles, and whatever novelty items I could find. All smashed up and just chucked in a glass. I'd ask them if they wanted it, and Jake, bless his cotton socks, without any problem at all, because I'd always overdo it, right? I'd put too much in, or I'd overfill the glass, or I'd keep pouring until it was all like falling all over the floor. I'd be throwing lids all over the place, that kind of stuff. It was just a dramatically wonderful time, and it would make the kids absolutely wet themselves laughing. And they would have been between the ages of about 6 and 16, I guess. Is that about right? No, it is. Crikey. There was a 10-year age gap. I didn't realise there was a 10 years age gap. I've never thought about it in such terms. Right, I'm going to catch up on other things. The gentleman, window's not long enough. Fortunately, I can just leave that trundle in and expand the window. There we go. Right there. Right about there. So yes, being fun breakfast cereal for pudding. If you mix it with ice cream, it is. You'd be surprised what you can accomplish with a Weetabix. A Weetabix and some golden syrup, and then squirty cream, and a couple of glacé cherries on the top of it. Oh yeah, a few raisins in there. A bar of dairy milk that I've smashed up with a hammer. All of that kind of business. Right, Tom has responded to my comments about criticism for playing games wrong with "you're playing it wrong." Abso-flippin-lutely, Tom. Absolutely. And he's been a member for 36 long months there. Tom knows what's what. Or he almost knows what's what, apart from where the cancel button is. Obviously. Thank you very much, Tom. Andrew has been a member for 5 months and wishes Moo a happy 8th birthday. Just throwing away his membership celebration button on wishing a small person a very merry birthday, which is top weasel. Marcus has chucked another 20 crowns in the bucket because Marcus has figured out that button. He's doing a lap count. Thank you, Marcus. Coming up on lap 3 and nailing the apex. Yeah, I was going to do up and downs. I'll switch to up and downs in a minute because this, you get diminishing returns of going round and round and round and round after a little while. Beep's chucked 250 quid into the bucket. Thanks, Beep, you big, special, splendid soul of an individual, and you're a magnificent man stallion, and everyone says so, assuming you are in fact male. Right, Moo Moo Moo, happy birthday to Moo. It's poetry. It's poetry. Bobbington has become a member of the Fail Brigade. It's all go in the people sending special messages this evening. Keep it up. I'll read regular messages, special messages. I read all the messages, me. Especially when this is all we're doing. Here we go, pirouette time. Right, wait for it. Yeah. Right, go. Yeah. Now, you see, if you plan ahead, you can start to curve the corners in such a way that you don't have to do any exotic cornering. There we go. That's it. Right. Yeah. Cruise control back on. Splendid. Yeah. As you can tell, I've become marginally more proficient at this, given the number of hours that I have spent doing it. And that number of hours is terrifying. Obviously, for those of you unfamiliar with the joys and delights that are Farming Simulator, in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, I would point, but there's precious little point, and I haven't got a cursor in the game. Bottom right-hand corner of the screen, where the speedometer is, just below that is a little hourglass. That tells you how long you have used that particular piece of equipment. There you go. Just saying. Just putting it out there, just letting you know that that's a thing. Alfred has chucked a £5 into the bucket. Thank you, Alfred. I felt like spending $5 to confirm that ice cream makers are insanely loud and to celebrate 3 years as a Patreon-based Fail Brigade member. Alfred, you are an absolute star. You're a hero amongst mortals, and everybody knows it. Not least of all you, but you would never say that out loud, for doing so would undermine your heroism, and you'd never live it up, down, or sideways. Just saying. Liam apologises for not commenting on videos, avoiding backseat driving, and that's backseat driving is quite often done out of in the spirit of. Oh, if you were to just do this, it would make it so much easier. I think you're becoming frustrated, or I'm becoming frustrated because the way you're doing it is not the way that I would do it. So there's a spirit of I'm trying to save you grief and make things better. One of my standard responses to such comments is, would it make the video better? Because ultimately that's what it's about. I don't present myself as, hello, here I am, hero of the revolution, teaching you how to this, right? I don't do those kinds of videos. I find doing tutorials so boring. Oh my goodness me, so boring. I mean, recording tutorials. I find doing the tutorial in the game pretty boring as well, because a lot of them just teach you stuff you already know. But you've got to have them because you have to assume that the person playing the game has never played this kind of game before, and therefore don't assume a thing. Assume they know nothing. Nothing at all. I've had this conversation professionally on multiple occasions, and people go, no, that's not true. I go, assume they know nothing, and then eventually they listen to me, because I'm like a dog with a frisbee. I don't let stuff go. Right, okay, we've got our first lump. All right, export lump. I'm not folding. I want that one. Is it that one? Is it this one? It's that one. We shall deposit our big load. That is a massive amount of cotton. That is a humongous amount of cotton. So much so I have to be very careful when moving it with the tractor. Otherwise the tractor ends up completely unusable. we'll probably get to that a bit later on. Just, I'm just saying. Beepness. Do you want something more poetic? Oh, okay, go on. With smiles wide and hearts aglow, we celebrate the one we know. Oh dear Moo, may your birthday be sweet, a day of laughter and love complete. May blessings shower you upon your way, bringing happiness each passing day. Happy birthday. Very good, Beep. Good choice. And thank you for chucking $100 in the bucket at the same time. Just thank you. Thank you very much. It's very much appreciated. Double A Trucking's chucked $5 in the bucket. Thank you, Double A Trucking. Just done 10 hours driving, where you've tuned in to watch another 4 hours driving. Sorry if I'm late. Here's the $5 late fee. Yeah, it's okay. Keep up the tremendous work from the US. Thank you very much. Oh, you're most welcome. Yeah, no, anytime. Pazzy. Passy? I'm going to go with Pazzy. I much prefer the accidentally funny play and banter over wise-ass mode. Yes. It's something. Some suggest, and I think those of you who've been around for a while, and that's a lot of you, that I do things deliberately. In terms of having accidental things occur on a deliberate basis, and you kind of go, oh, you purposefully drove into that tree. No. What I have learned, however, is that there is a way to do things whereby you're going to be safe and fine and everything's going to be fine. Or you can just be a little bit less studious in terms of doing things sensibly, and then idiocy will occur just by you driving in a slightly more belligerent and aggressive fashion. You're still trying to do it properly. You don't need to fake it when you're driving like that. You don't need to fake anything at all. It'll happen on itself. And then the funny bit is often trying to get back out of it again. Yup. Yeah. Will I continue the series like I mentioned before, says Vanderpool, where I'll do an episode a month? Yes. Yeah. This is going to be... This particular save will be my my ongoing save game. Because Farm Sim is one of my go-tos for, I just want to unwind for a bit and not have to think too much, and therefore doing one a month from the farm to show current progress. What's he doing? I think will be absolutely ideal at just trickling them out. I enjoy playing it, and I think that way I can do a moderately edited video. Monday will set the template. Actually, Monday's episode will set the template for it, but in a much quicker fashion. I reckon. We'll see. So there's that. Liam, I remember the Soviet episode where it was watching a footpath. Exactly that, and that's. I have. You know already, right, that I talk to myself while I'm playing. While you're not here, and I'm just recording a regular video. I'm taking a big run up at this one because I want to get the angle good. Because we're going to try and spiral it, if at all possible. Wait for it. That'll do. Yeah. Okay. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I regularly talk to myself when I'm making videos, and I try not to do it too much, but sometimes the games really lean into it. You're not spiraling this at all. You're pirouetting again. Yeah, I know, but I like pirouetting. That's not the point. You're trying to do this bit slightly more quickly, and that is largely it's the inner voice that we all have that asks where we're asking ourselves, is this course of action really the most sensible one you could be pursuing at the moment? And you kind of go, nope, but I'm going to do it anyway. And normally you keep this in your head. And one of the things that I learned in being a YouTubist was, if you just say those conversations out loud, it does kind of work. But then there is a third voice that still exists but stays in my head, and the third voice that stays in my head what is constantly thinking, it's been a while since you, or perhaps it's like having a producer in your ear saying maybe you should do this now, maybe you should do that. And the footpath episode came apart. If you've never seen it, you can either go and pursue it, and I won't spoilerize it too heavily, but I will spoilerize it a little bit in saying that I place a footpath to a cinema, and then decide that I was going to wait until one of the little computer people actually used the footpath. The wait was quite long, but that was the producer in my head going like, stay with it, just stay with it, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, stay on it, stay with it. And I've done on my own time. I mean, when I was a kid, I used to watch stand-up comedians as often as I possibly could. Often their video work and stuff like that. But I'd watch as much stand-up as I could, particularly good stuff, because I found it, because it was funny, and I was a kid and a smart ass, and I wanted to be. I wanted to be funny, right? That was just kind of, I wanted to be funny. Making people laugh always made me feel flipping tremendous. So I kind of pursued it. And in watching or ingesting so much kind of comedy material, and then of course you've got stuff like Hitchhiker's Guide and all the Terry Pratchett stuff, very funny to read, and then Monty Python, all these kinds of things. All of this is going into my cerebellum, and I've always been lucky enough that anything I found even remotely interesting would just sit in there, which is why I've got all kinds of stupid facts and sayings and things, because I just found them interesting when I heard them the first time, and it stuck like glue. Can't remember, the proper temperature to roast a chicken at. I have to look it up every single time. It's fine, and the chicken always comes out magnificently, but I don't find it that interesting to memorise the temperature, so I look it up every single time. Probably 200 to do the trick. You reckon? Yeah. Celsius, obviously. It might be a bit lower than that, probably 180. Somewhere between 180 and 200. But you see, that's just my knowledge of cooking generally as to... I digress. But I learned over time, by kind of looking into the theory of what makes funny. There are, like, callback gags, which are very good. I watched with herself while she wasn't well. She re-watched the whole of Friends, not because she was a particular Friends fan, but she'd received a piece of advice, which was, if you are very ill and yet you're unable to sleep and you just want the television on to keep you company and to have some background noise and that kind of thing, don't watch anything important, because your brain will forever associate the thing you're watching with your illness. You'll recall back that time, and therefore that association will have been made. So she rewatched Friends, and I'd tune in for an episode, or I'd sit with her and watch several of the episodes. The writing of that follows the rules of what makes good comedy supremely well. A lot of the performances are very good. It's not necessarily my kind of humour, but the execution of the setup, the punchline, set up each scene. Each scene has a very strong in, middle, and end. The writers on Friends should get a ton of credit, because it is a masterclass in how to write that stuff. But then there's things like repetition gags, and I'm a big fan of doing things for too long. You'll know with the bombastic intro, I like cutting myself off with the bombastic intro. That's unexpected humour. That works quite well, and I do it as often as I think I can get away with it without it becoming obvious. Sometimes you'll hear it coming. Sometimes you will know he's going to cut himself off. And that means I have failed. If I don't catch you off guard, I have failed to execute that correctly. But I enjoy looking for all of this stuff, and it kind of feeds into your everyday patter of particularly when you're working with being British, you have no choice in the matter, but sarcasm and understatement and overstatement and all of that kind of stuff. It's like, someone were to ask me, how are you enjoying the cotton? I go, I have never had a better time in my entire life than I am doing right now. Not especially funny, but it does build into the kind of thought thing. Benny still watches Friends. Nothing wrong with Friends. Everyone loves Raymond. Here's the thing. Everyone loves Raymond. And what was the other one? There was another one just like it, where the biggest problem with it was the lead character is utterly unlikable. Ray, whatever he is, he's probably a lovely bloke in the real world, but he's got no charisma at all. I mean, none. He's a charisma void. I never understood that. Never understood it for the sake, in the slightest. Marcus has chucked another 50 crowns in the bucket. Thank you, Marcus. Lap 5 and is taking an interesting line through the chicane. As long as the stewards don't give me a 10-second penalty or a mandatory pit stop or something like that. I mean, it's anybody's guess. Yeah. Only US sitcom I've ever been entertained by was My Name is Earl. My Name is Earl's great. No, My Name is Earl's fantastic. No, not Frasier. I can't remember it. But it was another one where the lead character was unlikable. Was just wooden. I mean, that's the big one with Everyone Loves Raymond. And I don't know why I'm stuck on it, but it was on while I was a student, and it used to be shown on Channel 4 in this country first thing in the morning. So while I was eating my cornflakes, I'd have Everyone Loves Raymond on the telly, and I went, I don't get it. I don't get it. I do not understand. Yeah, I mean, the other characters were all fine, but it's just, dang it. There you go. Right, Tim has whatnot. Yes, he has. Hasn't he just? Tim has been a member for 24 months in a row. It's an anniversary month. Well done, Tim. Is there a refund button anywhere? No, Tim. No, you've only found one button, Tim, and you seem determined to press it every time I step away from the microphone. I should do it more often. I love the channel, and people who read my comment in last month's members only page know why. It was nice to read, Tim. It was nice. I mean, frankly, if I can help anybody have a slightly better day just by doing this old rubbish, then I'm all for it. All for it every time. Guaranteed. Yeah. Vanderpool has chucked 15 PLN. That's your Polish zloty, isn't it? I don't know where the N comes from. Anyway, thank you. But where does the N come from? It won't come from the N of Poland, because Polska doesn't have your flipping N in it. And no one makes their own currency have... Yeah, I don't know. There you go. Just gonna go. No, I'm lost. Yeah, good. I don't know what I was talking about. What was I talking about? Oh, anything that comes up, more or less. Yeah, good. Right, check the chat. Was it Frasier? No, it wasn't. Was it Angela Lansbury in Murder, She Wrote? Never say anything bad about Angela Lansbury. Although, having said that, Angela Lansbury was not a great actress. Has to be said. She was fine, but I would have put her up there in the Oscar category at all. Enrico, did I miss you? Oh, Enrico, I'm sorry. Chucked a $5 in the bucket. I skipped your 36-month anniversary. Whew, dear. Yeah, no, my sincere apologies. The Soneros are not happy with it. But I'm forgiven because I'm awesome, allegedly. Well, I don't know about that. Yeah. Now I've been redecorating for the last 3 weeks and really dragging my... I'm only doing the haul, but I've had bits and pieces just hanging around, going, "Are you done with this yet?" No. I did more today. I broke the back of it today. But the next stage is going to be tearing up the carpet and then resanding the floorboards and painting the floorboards. And instead of the carpet that we've got going on at the moment, I'm going to lay some nice runners in there. Because, friends, it's all about making your house look swish in case you decide you have to flog it all of a sudden. I don't think it's going to come to that, but I want to be prepared just in case. There we are. The PLN, the N is for national. Oh, right. Okay, yes, fine. In that case, good. Yeah. Yeah. I think the N is new. The denomination was PLZ, and after denomination in 1985 it became PLN. Okay. Thank you. Ah, well, that's something new that I know now. Good. Yorkshire Phaser has been a member for 20 old months, and apparently I guess I'm stuck with him now. Well, it's my burden to bear, my bear to burden, and bear it I will. Have I changed the hall from ocean grey to navy grey? No, I've gone from... What am I using now? I'm using Natural Hessian. It's nice. When we first moved into this house, every single wall, because we were renting it to start with, every single hall was painted in something that was faintly mushroomish, and it was fine. You know, it was inoffensive. It's what you want in your house rental if you can't bring yourself to go with... I can't remember the name of it now. That beige colour that everybody does everything in. Anywho, yeah, no. So it was done in this kind of pleasing, but bland, neutral kind of mushroom colour. So I went looking for something that was pretty much the same colour because it worked quite well. I came back with 5 tester pots, slapped them all on the wall, put this one on there, and I went, I found the Natural Hessian is a Dulux. It is. I found Magnolia. Thank you. Yes, Magnolia. Yes. Anyway, so out of the ones I came back to try and perfectly match the colour, I found one. I'm going to get. There's going to be a serious moment in a moment. All right, serious moment. I found one that was ever so slightly lighter, and I went, that's really quite nice. And it was Natural Hessian. But I started redecorating the house the week herself died. The week that she died, I had the immediate urge to paint the place and not change it particularly, which is why I've ended up with this just slightly lighter colour than I was using before. I've done the kids' bedroom since then, and they're they've gone slightly more wacky. My daughter's is yellow on the bottom and white at the top, and my son's is blue at the bottom. Well, it's kind of a berry blue, so it's kind of a reddy blue. It's really nice, kind of purplish, but not. Yeah. But no, it's very effective. But I just had the immediate urge to start painting all the walls downstairs, and I talk on a widowers group on a regular basis, widows and widowers, and I was thinking, that's very strange, but you see it come up time and time again. The number of people who, after losing a loved one, their immediate instinct is to paint, is to decorate. And you just kind of go, how strange. And it's always immediately after, because when your nearest has a terminal illness of some description, there is an element of relief when they pass on, because they're not suffering anymore and you're not waiting. And it sounds hollow to say that, but it's true. Proper grief doesn't kick in for a couple of weeks, maybe a month, maybe something like that. It was her funeral that that acted like a wrecking ball on me. Her funeral was a month later, and up to that point I'd been doing paperwork, I'd been doing a bit of decorating, I'd been doing all of that kind of stuff, and it was yeah, it's just very strange. But I think it's, maybe it's a sense of exerting some control over the environment, because all you can do is make the environment a little nicer, or something along those lines. And the full-on grief and sense of loss, it hits later, because you're so swamped with everything up to that point. It's a very strange experience. It's been a year and 1 week. I had lots of people ask me. Sorry for switching on to a serious topic. I'll stop it now. It's been a year and 1 week, and I had lots of people reach out to me on the anniversary of her death and said, like, "Oh, it must be a very hard day for you. It's going to be so Lots of people being sympathetic, basically, not necessarily making the ghostly howling noises, but I mean, I imagine some of them did. Most of them were text messages, and the thing is, it was just another day. Didn't hit me. I mean, obviously I was aware of it on the day, but at the same time, she wasn't there the day before. She wasn't there the day after. She wasn't there on that day. And these things affect different people in different ways, but from my perspective, it's just another day. The tough one is going to be the anniversary of her funeral, because that's on my birthday. Because Clever Clogs here says, well, I want to cancel my birthday and there's a slot to have a funeral on my birthday, which means that I've forever tied those two things together. I don't necessarily mind that, but at the same time, we kind of go, perhaps there would have been some wisdom in not doing that, but hey, it's all good. Yeah, so there you are. Right, let's catch up on the other stuff that people have chucked into the chat. Marcus has been a member of the Fail Brigade for 21 long months in a row, and placed some emojis that have long since scrolled off the screen, but one of them was the fail dozer, and therefore that's goods. Box Tunnels, nothing says I care like a text message. Actually, it's fine. It's good. The widow, the people who've lost their significant other that I hang around with, a lot of them get really hacked off by people saying, "Oh, so sorry for your loss," or "All my condolences," or "My thoughts and prayers are with you. She's in a better place now." All of that kind of stuff, and it doesn't faze me. I always take it in the way that it's intended, and that is that we, as relatively sentient monkeys, it is a piece of empathy intended to make the recipient feel better. They want you to feel better. They want somehow to ease your burden, to make things less bad, to just try and help in whatever way they can. And we fall back on these cliches because what the heck else can you say? As I've mentioned a few times, what is the secret, the magic secret sequence of words that will make someone feel better? Answer: there isn't one. And therefore it is far better to have someone express their sympathy, even if it is using a cliche, because you know where it's come from. What you do get good at, though, is giving a response that says, "And that's the end of the conversation." And that response is, "Thank you." That's it. That's how you close. If ever you find it, I hope you never find yourself in that situation, but it'll come for many of you. I hope not for a very long time. But if someone offers you a bunch of sympathy type deal, and you really don't want to talk about it any more than that, just say thank you. And that ends that then. If they persist, just don't reply. And that's what makes text messages great, because you have the option to just not reply. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, good. Right. Angela Lansbury, she did win an Oscar, 6 Tonys, 6 global Golden Globes. She was also nominated for a Grammy and various Emmys. Alright, I revised my position. Admittedly, I have not seen Bedknobs and Broomsticks in quite a long time. However, from her oeuvre contained within Murder, She Wrote, I failed to see the acting prowess that would warrant the most prestigious award that could be issued to an artiste of her style. Therefore, it is decidedly likely that that great works do exist within her portfolio, but I am simply unaware of them. Thank you very much. There you are. Good. Right, now, next. Double A Trucking chucked a tenner in the bucket probably about 45 minutes ago. Thank you, Double A. You made the year anniversary of my mom's death a happy day. Thank you very much. I miss her greatly. You can't not miss them, unless they were rotters, of course. In which case, you're more than welcome to miss them, to not miss them. Mr. Gray, she would watch your channel because you made her day better. Crumbs. Hey, well, I've always, when I was a young man, when I was a teenage boy, a young man, I was always a smash hit with moms. Moms used to think I was absolutely great. Yeah, so whether it was my friends' moms or my girlfriend's mom, I was always a smash hit. Never knew why. I could never understand why, but I just kind of went, you know what? As superpowers go, I quite like that. That's a good one, because mums control the universe, and therefore that's a mighty power to have. My own mum thinks I'm all right as well, so that's good too. Person J has chucked 50 crowns in the bucket. Thank you. Thank you for your back to work video when you talked about being father to triplets. It's helped even though you only have one boob machine. Yeah. The thing about triplets, as much as I absolutely love that I had triplets, because it just allows me to one up anybody other than someone who kind of goes like, oh, we had quadruplets, and they kind of go, oh really? The IVF really worked well for you then. And they kind of go, yeah, you IVF as well? Go, no mate, natural, didn't need it. Yeah, so I still win. But the main thing to take away is that, like, it was normal, because I hadn't got anything to compare it to. I hadn't got a solo to compare it to. It's just normal. If you were to ask the triplets, what's it like growing up as a triplet? They would say, it's normal, because they've got no... In fact, when they were like 4 or 5, something like that, they met a group of grown-up triplets, or they met like one person who was a triplet. And as I said, what's it like? And it just kind of goes, it's my life. It's the same as having siblings. You're just the same age. The one big advantage in it is you've got 2 people the same age as you that you can knock about with, which is top notch. There we go. Right, yeah. Timon and Pumbaa were better. I think I've missed part of the thing here. Oh, hold on. Have I considered playing Euro Truck Sim? Go and watch the series I did on American Truck Sim. It's ancient. It's probably 7 years old now, but it was top fun. The reason I stopped playing it is a good reason. The reason I stopped playing it was because I started getting competent. While I was completely hopeless and smashing into things the entire time, it allowed pithy commentary to just flow constantly. Once you start getting good at them, then you don't half run out of things to talk about. And so if you're making videos that are intended to be entertaining above all else, then you end up in a situation where you have to invent things to talk about. And on the subject of that Get Back to Work series, which was, if you've never seen any of them, it was a whole bunch of topics that had been suggested by viewers that I should play while doing a simulator, right? Doing a work sim. So I would do just that. And the viewing numbers were rubbish. Because most people rock up to watch the game, right? People who don't know you, don't know your channel, don't know your style of thing, They rock up because of the game. I imagine we've had a couple of people this evening bounce in because I went, oh, bit of farm sim on the go. Woohoo! And then gone, what's he on about? What's it? Oh, no. Oh, no, I'm not interested in this. No. Where's the one where he talks about, oh, flipping heck, I didn't notice I was full. Okay. That's right. Given how much cotton it takes to actually fill the flipping hopper. Bale number 2. Oh, yeah. It's happening. Yeah, bale number 2 is falling out the back of my truck. Wallop. 20,000 litres of cotton in that bale. And the bales themselves, is this a spoiler? No, if you just sell the bale, it goes for about 56 grand at the right time of year. Obviously, you don't want to do that. You want to turn it into linen and then turn that the cloth into clothing. You don't want to just sell the bales. No. Set auto unload. I could do, but this is more fun. Yeah. Where are you? That's German fan 3,106 has chucked €20 into the bucket. Thank you very much. Wait for it. My aunt died of breast cancer on the 25th of May. Her funeral's coming up on Tuesday. She broke off all contact when she was diagnosed. We had no idea how bad it was until my uncle notified us after her death, and you're very conflicted. It's a tricky one. There's a Johnny Depp movie called The Professor, right? It's about an English professor who gets I watched this in the last couple of months, probably while playing Farm Sim. He gets his cancer diagnosis. He's told he's not got long to live, and he doesn't tell anyone other than his best friend. And when he's on his last legs, obviously it's a work of fiction. It's pretty good. It's very watchable. I'm no big Johnny Depp fan, but you know, it's a very watchable movie. He takes himself off when he's on his last legs, just to go and die in private. And I think there is a lot of personal choice. Herself wanted, when it became very obvious that she wasn't going to get better and that actually the amount of time left on the clock was limited, the first thing she wanted was to get out of hospital. And the NHS does this home ward thing where they'll set you up with a bed and a properly adjustable bed and all of the necessary kit that you will need to treat your home as a hospice effectively. And so she wanted to come home. She probably only had a couple of weeks left at that point. But she said to me, she goes, "You will promise me that I will not die in this house. You will guarantee," because we had a hospice place open, and they said, "We'll take her anytime. You know, she can come anytime." But she wanted to be here for as long as she could, but she wanted me to promise her that I would ensure that she didn't die in the house, because she goes, "I don't want you looking at where this bed is and forever seeing me there, having died there." So yeah, I arranged for every single conceivable family member to come and say their bit, come and say goodbye, all that kind of stuff. And they all came and saw her here at the house. She lost consciousness about 5 days, I think, 4 or 5. Well, she lost like 90% consciousness, where she would only be awake for a couple of minutes at a time. Maybe 5 or 6 days before she died. And I'd talk to her all the time, and I'd say, I would keep telling her who's turning up and when, and that the hospice space was opening up on a particular day, and that we would get her into the hospice then. She got into the hospice and she was there 18 hours, died in the middle of the night. And twofold, right? So firstly, that's what she wanted. And I think that there is when you've got a certain amount of control over the situation, I think there is more control or a certain amount of grim determination that one can apply to keep themselves around, even though fundamentally their body is knackered. And therefore, I think she chose that moment. So, in terms of your aunt having not told anyone, that will have been a conversation that your aunt and uncle will have had together, and she will have said, I don't want people coming here and making a fuss. Or, I don't want them worrying about what's going on and feeling like they're obliged to come and do this, or I don't want to interrupt everybody and, get them all sad. I'm sad enough already, I don't want to impose more sad on people before the time. I'm guessing, right? But I think that, as a species, the one thing we really should be able to do is when we can, have a little bit of a pick and choose about how we finish it all off, or how we go out. So I understand why you're conflicted, but yeah, I understand why you're conflicted, but at the same time, I think that was her choice, and if it's the last choice she's going to make, then I don't think there's any conflict to have. I mean, obviously you would have rather known, so that you could go and say your farewells and give her a see you in the next one. But that was her choice, and if it's the last choice she gets to make, then so be it. I can only speak from personal experience, and there you go. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, good. Right. If anybody wants to change the topic to something more upbeat, we can stay on the meaning of life for as long as you like. But if anybody wants to switch to something upbeat, then you're welcome to do so. Actually, it's not that it's not upbeat. It's just that it's also flipping real. There's just a lot of real. It is a year already. I'm coping well. Yeah, I'm coping. I'm doing okay. I miss her a lot. And I miss her as a best friend. More than anything else, I miss her as a best friend. And I'm able to turn on the happy, bouncy dude in front of the camera thing. I don't mope. Moping would accomplish absolutely nothing. But it is like there's a big part of me that left. And a big part of me, I don't mean that she was a big part. No, obviously she was a part of me, but a big part of me left. And it is that I had a kind of a bubbling core that was made up of joy, because I was so utterly happy with my existence, and that's gone. I still laugh. I can still find things amusing. I can still have a nice time, but my default position is no longer underpinned by being joyous. It's very strange, and I think that the loneliness aspect actually is pretty bad. But I'm quite good at lonely anyway. I quite like being alone, which is just as well because it's enforced. But also I know that I have the control, should I choose, to go and resolve this and socialise with people. But I could. I mean, and this is a problem with putting all your eggs in one basket with people, is not only your significant other, but also your best friend. And we were best friends before we hooked up with each other. And we were already thick as thieves. The head of EA, David Gardner, when we worked there, he would always say, "Where's the other one?" Because we were inseparable. We were always together. And this was before anything was, there was anything going on. But we just got each other on a fundamental basis. And that's a huge loss. So yeah, so I'm doing okay. I'm fine. The interesting thing is what sets me off emotionally isn't sad stuff. Sad stuff doesn't set me off at all. You know, I can watch. Let's pick an actress. The Sandra Bullock movie where they're dealing with terminal illness, and it's the loss of everything and all of that. And I'll sit through it and go like, "Oh, that was a pretty good performance. Yeah, that was fine." That Johnny Depp movie that I mentioned didn't affect me on an emotional level at all, because my understanding of it and a fictional retelling of it, they're two different things. Mr. Depp gives a perfectly fine performance. It's a perfectly fine story, perfectly well told. But it's, you know, it doesn't speak to the reality of it. No, the stuff that turns me into a blubbering wreck is when I see something that is designed to create, or rather, the kind of stuff in movies that on a emotional resonant layer generates joy in me. A joyful moment in me sets me off like you wouldn't believe. It's like my emotions have been miswired. It's very interesting, but I like it because it's always cathartic. When you turn into a blubbering mess, it's a very cathartic experience. As long as you have to embrace it, you know. You've got to take it in and go, you know what? That I'm having this emotional response meant that everything that I was feeling was 100% legitimate. That, you know, I was never lying to myself. It was all true, all of it. And Solo on a Millennium Falcon, all that stuff about the Force, all of it, true, all of it, or whatever. There you go. Tie it back to something nerdy. That always goes well. Right, yeah, good. Borg. Oh no, hold on, no. Oh crikey, I'm missing people left, right, and centre because I'm just talking. Borg's chucked 25 Norwegian crowns in the bucket. Here's my late fee. What have I missed? Oh, you've arrived at Grief Central, Borg, where we're currently hanging out and having a great time. Thank you very much. Double A Trucking has chucked $20 in the bucket. Thank you. I work with hospice patients, and it was very hard to work with them because you know. Oh, no, hold on. Let me read this properly. I work with hospice patients, and it's very hard to work with them, only because the words have not quite come out in the right order here. I'm going to read, ingest, understand, proceed. I know they're dying, but empathy, not sympathy. Good. Double A Trucking works with hospice patients, and it's very difficult to get to know them because you know that they're dying. And what they want is empathy rather than sympathy. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. I think it's a tricky one because no two people are the same way. You're going to have some people who are incredibly bitter, or they're incredibly scared, or they just want it to be over, or any number of different things. You know, the full spectrum of the human condition is going to be experienced by those who are going through the very end of their existence. So I wouldn't presume anything at all. Yeah, I would presume nothing of the sort, and instead just treat them as a person. Normality is important. When everything is far from normal, normality is important, and you'll get an understanding very quickly of whether normality is or the feigning normality is what they want, or whether they want it'll be all right, you'll be okay. You know, it's all going to work out. Type of deal. Steve has chucked 5 in the bucket. You're a bit late, but you've opted to take for an L-shaped bath with a shower thing on the end. Nice one, Steve. Good. That's going back. Yeah, that was. I don't know when I was talking about that bit of decorating. But there you go. Did you know your videos and these types of conversations are my only entertainment that I enjoy these days? Really? Oh, well, I need to do more of them then, don't I? Holy mackerel. Yeah, I'm going up here. Why am I going up here? Look at how neat the edge line here is. It's pretty good. I'm going to try and cut that corner up there nice and neat, and then we'll do rows. I usually cut my way around the trees, because I've left the trees in, because I think it looks nice. It makes mowing all of this way less... 3! Get on with it. Makes all of this much less efficient, but at the same time, it makes it quicker once you get stuff done. Oh, hello. Yeah, we're talking Myers-Briggs, are we? I'm an ENTJ. Just in case you care. In fact, I possibly mentioned it before. Yeah. How's the job seeking / projects going? Great topic, Neil. I've been thinking about it a lot. I'm not job seeking or anything along those lines until I'm back from my holiday. I declared this last month. I said, stuff it. I am going to take a sabbatical. I'm going to just group up a whole bunch of thoughts and figure out, what do you want to do now? I'm going to have to continue working because unfortunately I'm not independently wealthy enough to just, jack in doing everything and then just do this for a bit of pocket money. No. So I do have to work. Unfortunately, I have a family house here, right, that herself and I bought 2 years ago. Yeah. And we bought it with the kind of mortgage we had a 28-year mortgage. So she died with 1 year paid off the 28-year mortgage. And you just kind of go, this is just the universe going, oh, and you had plans. Let's see if we can't monkey with those to make it a little bit more exciting, shall we? That's the thing with Sod's Law, is it's got its name for a reason. She'd got an insurance policy and stuff like that, but it doesn't wipe it out by any stretch of the imagination. But it means that I'm not financially, or I won't be for a while, providing I get myself back on track again. So so the scheme is, I need to make my salary back that I had when I was at Dovetail, because I worked out that between what I earned from YouTube and what I was earning while I was at Dovetail would just about cut it. That would just about be enough, which made me go, I can tighten my belt in a couple of places, and therefore just about is good enough, especially since, bills and stuff will probably come down a little. And then hopefully inflationary increases in salary, and if I can keep YouTube pointing in the right direction, at some point I'll offset all of that rubbish, right? So I do need to find something to do. But I hit upon the idea a couple of days ago that I've got an idea that I'm going to pitch to I'm not going to give you too many details, because I'm not going to give you too many details. But I've got a concept that I'm going to pitch to a good friend of mine who I've worked with before, who is now the CEO of a game studio, and I think it could be quite synergistic with what they're already doing. So I'm going to pitch it to him on a hire me to come and creative direct this, would you? And if he says yes, then woohoo. The other cruel irony of this is, before my gig at Dovetail came screeching to a halt, I had been headhunted to go and take on a really big job, a proper prestigious game, to apply to be creative director on a properly prestigious game, because they wanted to take a major new direction in approach still the same game, but they wanted a brand new they wanted new thinking in terms of their approach. And due to my background of being heavily nested in with gamers, they thought actually you could be a really interesting candidate for this. And that would have been big bucks, big, very, very big bucks. The downsides, when I thought, no, I've already got the job that I want. The downsides to it were I would have had to move, which would have meant selling the house, and I probably would have had to jack in doing YouTube, which is something that I love doing. And the timing was right, and also my age. It's the kind of job, and this is the thing with the games industry, is if you are prepared to work all hours, not so much for the compensatory reward, but more for the love of it, just for the love of working on games. You kind of go, ooh, the anti-work crowd are going to go, well, I don't enjoy it. You kind of go, it's different. You are someone who works in music or someone who works in movies or any other creative discipline. If you can put an hourly on this stuff, you can, but then your motivation for wanting to be in that industry is all wrong. I mean, numerous times in my career I could have gone off and worked in a different industry and earned a heck of a lot more money, but I stayed in working in games because I flipping love games, absolutely love it, and therefore I would have done it for free. If I didn't need the money, I would have done the work for nothing. And that's the difference, is when you love the thing, then you know, it's like they say, right? If you love what you do, you never work a day in your life, right? And that's the real difference. But that uses up a heck of a lot of energy. Oh boy. So it uses up so much energy, and therefore taking on the kind of job that is going to demand 100% of your attention, that you can plough in every single day and then still be hungry for more, that's a young bloke's game, that is. That's a young bloke's game. Yeah, it really is. Borg has chucked 59 Norwegian crowns into the bucket, thank you. I watch Car SOS and you get very emotional every time they give the car back fully restored. I also cry on the anniversary of the Utoya mass shooting. I understand that. I can totally understand that. Yeah, that was shocking. That was just such a shocking thing to happen, particularly in Norway. Yeah, I get that. Double A has asked, have I considered getting a dog? They're very good companions and are good at keeping you on your toes, aka a Siberian Husky. I wouldn't get a Husky, not with the old global warming going the way that it's going. They need to stay in Siberia while they still get the opportunity to do so, while there is sun. Also, now this is what I've figured having Jeff is. It doesn't half make the logistics of just clearing off for a couple of days that much more complicated. Now, my neighbours have been very good at feeding Jeff when I've disappeared for a couple of days, but at the same time, it's a stripping out of the old freedom to do what you want any old time. So I've definitely considered getting a dog. I'm not going to have a dog with Jeff. They will either not get on at all, or the dog will be utterly intimidating. Next door has got a pair of dogs which get very yappy. One of them gets very, very yappy when they let him out 3 or 4 times a day. It's okay. It's a dog who gets very excited to be in the garden. And they are both utterly flipping terrified of Jeff. Utterly terrified of him. Because normally they'll go bounding up and they'll go bark, 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 and Jeff will just look at him like this. What? And they'll go, no, you're supposed to like run away now, or in some other fashion be not impressed by all this bark, bark, bark. Jeff doesn't. No, 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 no. When I come back from holiday, Jeff will come trotting up to me, and it'll be like, "What's this then?" I heard this the other day. This was something I read the other day, which is the reason that cats come and sit on you first thing in the morning when they're wanting feeding and so forth, is they're making sure you're not dead. Because in cat years, you've been gone for ages, and they've gone, "Oh no, I hope they haven't died. Let's go and check, because if they have, I'm going to eat." So yeah, they're just checking you're not dead. But no, Jeff he's an atypical cat. Every time he sees me, no matter where I've been, where I've gone, he'll come trotting along. He heals. Yeah. Oh, we have a walking system that he fully understands. He will follow me up the street. If I'm walking up the street, he'll follow me up the street until we reach the edge of his patch, and then he'll turn around and go back again. So yeah, there you are. Yep. I am friendly with my neighbours. Yes, they're quite happy to look after Jeff, or rather, I give them the key. They let themselves in, give him some food. They kind of go like, no, it's fine, because Jeff is more often than not in our house anyway. He's a right little beggar. I think he gets fed about 4 or 5 times more than I do, than I feed him, simply because he on his patch is just houses full of people who probably give him treats. Yeah. He only comes back here for the main event, I reckon. I get a cat escort halfway down the road. Yeah, totally. And then when he sees me come back, he'll come bounding out of wherever he's been lurking and go, "Must be food time," and follow me in. No, I like him because he's got personality. But when Jeff's time is up, I won't be getting another cat, because I don't like cats. They're not for me. But I do like Jeff, and evidently Jeff was introduced into the equation by the universe to go, "You're going to need a reason to get out of bed in the morning, so I'll provide you one of these." Yeah. When am I going to send you all to sleep with Thomas the Tank Engine? I've got to figure out the correct execution. As soon as I've done that, I will put together probably 4 hours in total, not all at the same time. 4 hours in total of soothing bedtime jams. Yeah, delivered in my fine oratory fashion. Yeah, not quite Richard Burton. Not quite Welsh enough. No, there you go. So Jeff is the Messiah. Well, who knows? Have I missed anything about Transport Fever 2? You haven't missed anything about Transport Fever 2. The reason that you haven't missed anything about Transport Fever 2 is there will be no more Transport Fever 2. I'm done. I'm done with Transport Fever 2. I've covered it for hours and 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 hours. I will return to Transport Fever when there is a Transport Fever 3. I will be eagerly awaiting the arrival of Transport Fever 3. But in terms of TPF 2, I've finished it. There you go. I've finished the game. I've completed it. The cruel irony there, of course, being that I've got a great idea for a series. A really, really good one. And it's so good that I think it could be the biggest Transport Fever thing I've ever done. And that would have more people watching it than at any point that I've done any of it at all. I think it could be the equivalent of Biffa slapping yet another roundabout in City Skylines big. I know! So why don't you do it then? I might. It depends if I get desperate. What? Running out of ideas? Yeah, I can't see that happening anytime soon. I've got loads of ideas. Liam, it's perfectly fine. Yeah, you're fine to ask a question. But yeah, no, I've done it. I've finished that game. I have no more stories to tell, and that's the way I usually word it. is that I have no further stories to tell. Like Big Ambitions. I could have carried on playing Big Ambitions. The series was pretty successful. People were quite into it. But I felt that I'd done it. I'd finished it as far as telling a story was concerned. And that any part of the story I was to tell from that point on would simply be a shadow of stories that I'd already told. Have I considered Kerbal Space Program 2? Yep. I will be covering it when it's ready. It is not, so I won't until it's ready. Yes, sir. The original Kerbal Space Program series was very good, despite the fact that I entered that particular party way late. It was an awful lot of fun. That had a fair shake of backseat driving going on as well, but it was fine. Yeah, that was very much a testimony to doing the same thing repeatedly and getting the same result. Largely, that the rockets would explode. Is it Peninsula 6: The Revenge? No, it's not. Although I love the Peninsula map. You know I love the Peninsula map. I think it's a really good map because it's got a bit of everything in there. Did I actually complete a Peninsula series? Yes, I did. I did complete a Peninsula series. Or did I? I can't remember. At least I'm not playing Diablo 4. Not until the 6th. I didn't pay extra to turn up early. Heck no. I love Diablo. I really enjoyed Diablo 3. But yeah, I keep meaning to do a video on why I like Diablo 3. It's a backer request thing. Scott Manley is your co-pilot. That's the other thing. All these backseat drivers, I'm going to go as far as to say that 95% of them haven't figured this stuff out for themselves. No, they've figured it out by watching some Uber on YouTube telling them how to do it. Namely, if it wasn't for Scott Manley, Kerbal Space Program would have been a flop. Because Scott did the heavy lifting in terms of teaching people how to play it. Oh sure, lots of fun to be had in blasting your rocket off only for it to detonate a couple of seconds later. That's hilarious the first few times, but eventually you want to start getting good. And I posit that for the majority of game-playing folk, they would have never got that far, were it not for Mr. Manley. What about City Skylines 2 when it comes out? I will be there when it comes out. I don't think I finished any of the Peninsulas because the game always crashed. No, it wasn't even that the game crashed. I just got unlucky. It would be mods that I was using would be deleted, thereby rendering the save unusable. I think that's what happened every single time. Yeah. No, there's no guilt to be had in copying Mr. Manley or insert game here and the expert who has taught you how to play it effectively. It's more that it's a bit rich. You then going onto some other hapless YouTube type person and going, you're doing this all wrong, and you need to be doing it like this and that and the other, and making yourself sound like an expert when all you've done is you've cribbed the nice Scotsman rocket scientist. Yeah. Love City Skylines and the Torture Chamber. I enjoyed Skitty Skylines. My biggest disappointment with it was that I could never quite get it to do what I had in my head, and that's because I would have needed to learn flipping Blender. Now I could learn flipping Blender, that's not a problem, but to be an effective blenderizer or similar 3D entity, one must deploy a lot of time, and I do not have time. Yeah, hard disk died for one of the... Yes, that's it. Yeah, hard disk killed one series. Mods were deleted for another. So, yeah, I've just been unlucky with the Peninsula. Which is a shame, because it is a good map. Yeah, there you go. Once you learn from Scott Manley, though, and try it in practice, you know what you do. Practice, practice, practice. Yeah, I know. But I prefer to figure things out for myself. Right? And if I'm not a rocket scientist, and therefore you know, certain things don't occur to me. But it makes it all the more satisfying knowing I have not sought artificial stimulants in order to get my progress up, because I figured it out. And if I can figure things out in a counterintuitive way, then that makes it all the better. Yeah. How about Project Zomboid? Project Zomboid I have bounced off. The only game I have bounced off more than Project Zomboid is Crusader Kings. I should... And every time I watch someone do a little bit of Let's Play action on Zomboid, I go, this is the game for me. Then I go and play it, and then I go, this interface was designed by someone who hates people. And secondly, whoever came up with this as a way of doing combat should be taken out to the woodshed and fed into the wood chipper. It is so woefully bad, I cannot play any more of it. And that's why I don't play Zomboid. I want to, but it is an uncontrollable mess. The end. Some people power through and they have a lovely time. Not me. No. They are. Hey, see, times it perfectly. Sees the log coming. Deploys the lozenge. Good. Will I give Starfield a chance when it's ready? Possibly. I don't know. Maybe. Could do. Might do. It's a little bit RPG for my taste. I don't tend to play the RPGs because they don't give me enough. They don't give me enough freedom. But I did love the cotton socks off Cyberpunk. Yeah, I'm glad I managed to break my addiction to Cyberpunk. Actually, it was starting to get in the way of productivity. But yeah, I got a couple hundred hours in Cyberpunk without breaking a sweat, and I would happily play more of it because it's fantastic. But that's because I love Cyberpunk. Partly because I love Cyberpunk, and also probably a contributing factor is that I don't play RPGs, and therefore its shortcomings as an RPG I missed because I'm not a genre loyalist. Yeah, X4 maybe? No, I played X3 and it was rubbish. Spectacular but rubbish. And also, no, just no, just. Hang on, I put a pin in that thought for a moment. The reason that historically I love sci-fi, right? Sci-fi is my genre. Trains, right? Sci-fi is here, yeah. Trains, down there somewhere, right? But at some point in my dim and distant past, I became a bloke who covers trains on video. This was not by design. I would far sooner be covering spaceships. But at the same time, I've really enjoyed being Mr. Trains. I've really enjoyed it. I've got an urge to go and play Train Sim World to do some comedy flipping announcements. Yeah, I just do. But yeah, well, when will you do that? Ooh, oh, I could chuck a sneaky one out this week. You could. You're at the end of your farming video this week. Oh, that's going to take a load off. Having to record 12 hours of farming to make one video, as much as I love doing the farming, and if you weren't here for the start of this stream, the reason we're doing cotton harvesting today is because I need a sequence on cotton harvesting for my video on Monday, and I have to have this field harvested in order to finish my video on Monday, and I don't have time to do it. So I'm doing it on the stream. Yeah. There you go. Yep. There you are. Yep. There you go. Yes. Right. Skip said a minute ago, I could always go back to 7 days to die. I've got a 7 days to die plan, and it's really, really good fun. I've got quite a lot of plans that are going to be really, really good fun. I need a regular collaborator, that's the thing. look, my dream, the dream is that I manage to get this here little channel big enough so that I can afford to hire a couple of people to help me work on it, because I have tons of big ideas, and I can execute all those big ideas myself, but I can only be in one place at a time, and therefore having other people do bits of it would be really helpful. And I won't work with volunteers. Well, I will. I'll do bits and pieces with volunteers. But the problem with volunteers is you can't go, come on, where's the work? Because they're volunteers, and therefore you are at the mercy of their good graces. If you're paying them a salary, however, you can say, oi, where's that thing? And they go, you're fired. Right? That's how I shall go and get a superior one. But ideally it never comes up. I've got loads of people who've worked with me in the past who've just kind of gone, if you ever reach that stage, I will happily come and work with you. I'm sure, because they know that it will be a total hoot. The policy, anybody who's ever worked for me knows, is my policy has always been slightly contrary to that of the company we work for, because my policy has always been, if I've given you a bunch of work to do, and you've finished all of that work to a high standard, why are you still here? Come back tomorrow, there'll be some more work, but I don't expect you to stick around just twiddling your thumbs. And if I'm not giving you enough work to do, that's on me. So, yeah. That's my reward for excellence. You deliver excellence, go on. Yeah. Good. Right. Yeah. Good. There. And that. I could cheat, do a bit of harvesting for the footage, then use the development mod to set the... No. Because that would... I mean, yes, I could, but that would be denying myself the satisfaction of having done it all myself. I mean, harvesting it, as you can see, it takes a while. But it's my field, I created it this size, and therefore I'm going to ruddy harvest it. Now, I might install courseplay for when I switch to monthly, so that I can get a Johnny Helper to do the job. But, you know, I like it because it's... That's why the name of this stream is Zen and the Art of Farming. Because it is a Zen-like experience, you know. It's just soothing. And also, it's incredibly satisfying. I mean, look, I've left that corner there, and I think when we next go past it, I'll smooth that off, making these edges perfectly flat when they weren't previously. You come away from it going, oh yeah, oh that's nice. Hope it's not a job like move these bales building that farm sim racetrack. That was such a good idea. It would have been brilliant had the vehicles moved properly, but they didn't. It just didn't come off. And I mean, the main thing that I need, or it's occurred to me a couple of times in this series, is that I should transfer this over to be a multiplayer game, get a second copy of Farm Sim on one of the other computers in the house, and set up a couple of remote camera positions by using other players. That way, instead of it always being this kind of shot, I do like this kind of shot, as you know, or this kind of shot, which I also use quite a lot, I could have one where it just drives past the camera. That would make for a nice shot, which, you know, if you're video making, thinking about nice shots is one of the things that you do. How tall can you stack these bales? Two. With the equipment that I've got, it's a 2 high stack. Courseplay turns you into a farm manager. I've seen it describes in exactly that kind of fashion, and therefore, yeah, I'm up for it. Just because as I buy more of the land on this map, I'm not going to have enough time to do everything. In fact, I haven't even got the clock set right. I'd set the clock to half realistic time when we kicked off, just purely so it didn't move on too far while I was waiting for the stream to start. Yeah. Oh dear. Right, there we are. Good. Right. Yeah, good. Right, what else we got? Yeah, good. Oh, that's it. I think we're there. Yep. Good. I'm out of things to talk about. That's it. I mean, there was probably some chat earlier on. Can't you hire workers? I'm going to hire a worker when I go on a break, and you will see why it's not really going to work out that well. It will start off, and you'll go, "What's he talking about? It's working fine." And then you'll go, "Oh, yeah." Do I watch Death Media Cult? Media Death Cult? No, I don't. What is it? Sounds like anime. Or a YouTubist. Is it anime or is it a YouTubist? Have I thought about the GPS mod? No. I have not thought. I could do a video on, because I've never used Courseplay in the past, so yeah, that would probably be an adventure. Oh, I'm flipping extra bit there. Yeah. I did a tutorial series for Farm Sim 13 back in the day. May be a smidge out of date. Just a hunch. My chaotic system will be ruined by slow but straight lininess. If I'm not the one driving it, then that's all fine. Is Jake still making videos? Sporadically. He'll make them from time to time. I think he wants to get back into making them, but he's quite happy at the moment. Also, he never listened to my advice, so yeah. Well, no, that's not true. He did once in a while, but it's fine. It's completely fine. Jake got bogged down. Jake's my son, and he has a YouTube channel called Zero Jake, and he does nothing but sci-fi stuff. And he used to be on the cusp, or just on the cusp of being Mr. Space Engineers. But he got frustrated with it, not with the game, but with the amount of stuff he'd have to do in order to progress whatever project it is that he's working on. Media Death Cult is the best YouTube for sci-fi books. Oh, okay. Okay, good. Will there be cows on this new farm? Possibly. It's a great question. A great question, Stuart. Great question. I've been thinking about it, not for the cows or for the milk, but for the manure. For the extra fertilisation opportunity that would confer. And then it got me going, well, if you're going cows, you're going to need cow feed, right? So you're going to have to go off and grow a crop that would be suitable to feed to your cows. I go, I'm fine with that. I think I think using the combine harvester on wheat is my favourite thing in the game. I honestly couldn't tell you why, but I find that, I think it's because it moves a bit faster than this, but it's the same level of look at the line. It's got that kind of thing going on as well, and then you get to do baling afterwards. I quite enjoy baling. That's quite good. I know it's a weird thing to enjoy, but there it is. I think it's the thing that I enjoy most in the game. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Right. Yeah. It was enjoyable listening to you and your other half play ball. Has to be easier having to play off. I don't understand. I don't necessarily understand. Yeah, I'll tell Jake that you've all turned up. I seem to remember you studied music composition at some point. I did, yes. I've got a degree in music. I've got one in drama. Surprise, surprise. And one in music. Which combined becomes creative arts, which was all about devising creative pieces of art. Using the various expressive mediums that are open to one. I never went into it. But yes, I did do music composition. If I thought about wrapping it into videos, I've thought about doing it, but I'll be honest, I haven't written anything in, oh crikey, coming up on 30 years. right? So the first thing that I'd need to do would be, actually, no, I've got the kit. I have bought all the kit to start doing it again, apart from having a DAW of some description, which I know is a flipping rabbit hole. And also I don't, because when I was doing all of that kind of caper, everything was hardware. Maybe you'd be running Cubase or something like that. But Ableton Live didn't exist. You didn't have any of this. I didn't have any of this rubbish. I did a lot of stuff using Octamed on the Amiga, using a combination of Live Instruments and Octamed. But when I was doing composition, I'd use Cubase more often than not. My mum would tell me off at this point because she does everything using a piano and manuscript paper, and I kind of go, life's too short for that. Actually, no, that's not true. I introduced her to Sibelius, which is the best for kind of score writing. And so she uses that now. Well, actually, she has done for about 15 years. But yeah, no. But when I was doing all of that kind of stuff, everything was hardware. It was all outbound stuff, outboard bits of hardware that you'd wire in through a patch bay, and therefore I can't quite get my head around this digital wonderland that we find ourselves in now. But yes, I have thought about doing my own music, and I don't know. You probably know already. If you are a regular in these parts or thereabouts, you know already that I do have a focus problem. The focus problem being that I bounce around. I have big ideas that either I don't pursue at all, or I pursue in a superficial fashion and then don't follow through. And sometimes those big ideas, they stay on the list of things that are big ideas. Rusty's chucked £2 in the bucket to say that the stream is so zen, he's forgotten his pizza. Yeah. And yeah. So I mean, I could, but it's so much easier to just go and license a bit of music and use that. Unless I'm going to make a joke, I will once in a while, maybe 3 or 4 times a year, I will deliberately infringe copyright, knowing it's going to take all of the ad revenue for the video, but because those who know the piece of music, I will use it as an audio joke. If you watch my tourist bus simulator 3-parter, which was just such a joy to do, in the second part, in place of the usual bombastic intro music, I used a 3-second snippet of the Macarena, because my thinking being, firstly, good holiday tune for tourists, secondly, very well known, thirdly, people will be expecting Madam Bombastic to be turning up, and instead they'll get the Macarena. That right there, my friends, is a cheap laugh that costs you all your ad revenue. And it's always come down to, is the juice worth the squeeze? Yeah. Is the juice worth the squeeze? Why not license the audio for the video? There you go. Licensing... Well, if I wanted to license the Macarena, firstly, you'd have to go to the record company. Or you certainly would have done when I was doing it. There are a couple of sites now that are actually offering the ability to license tunes that someone might actually have heard of, but because most of it's just library music, right? It's good quality. I mean, the stuff I get from Epidemic Sound, so all the stuff that I routinely use comes from Epidemic Sound, and their quality's pretty good. Their problem is that the only stuff they're really adding to their library is the kind of crap that I hate. Modern, insipid, safe, flipping rubbish. But fortunately, when they were getting set up, they hired themselves. They're based out of Sweden, and they got themselves, a good 50 or so Swedish composer arrangers who just did hundreds and hundreds of tracks in a variety of different styles, many of which are the ones that I want to use. Because if I choose a piece of music, I want it to More often than not, I wanted to convey a certain sense of space and place and time, what have you. And therefore, it will be referential to a movie that I've seen, or an era that I want to speak to, or something along those lines. And that means that all of this modern stuff that comes up is just utterly no use for that. Thanks, Pix. Have yourself a nice snooze. Lovely to see you. It's nice for you to be here for a while. But yeah, it's there you go. I don't think there's anything else I can say to that one. Teach Jeff to dance the Macarena. If I could teach Jeff not to throw up on the sofa, I would do. He doesn't do that very often. He does it once in a while. And when he does, he always does it on a piece of furniture. He won't just go like, oh, here's a nice piece of lino that I could be sick on. You go, oh, thanks, Jeff. And that's what I can wipe that up. No sweat at all. But no, instead he'll go like, nice sofa. Let me decorate it for you. And you go, oh, cheers, nice one. Good work. Right, I'm going to take a swifty break. I'm going to leave the helper to do the rest of the job. Well, we'll see how it gets on. I'll get it set up. Right, I've created a nice straight row for it to do. I'm not that. I love the use of the Friends intro. Yeah, me too. I came up with that ever so late in the editing process as well. It just hit me all of a sudden. That intro was a really interesting process in terms of coming up with the idea, adding it in, because I didn't have it. It happened the night before. Pretty often in this series, press H. Pretty often in this series, I've known what the next part's going to be before I finished editing the previous one. And that's fine, because it means my subconscious can start working on the ideas for the next part while I'm still doing the grunt work of the existing one. Right, I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Stay put, or get a drink, or whatever. Where's the button? There it is. I'm sitting here watching this clown go, oh sure, now you decide to do the work. Thank you, Tim. Right, we'll see how long this Joker manages to continue doing his thing. Yeah, I know, I'm partly lit again. It's that time of the evening. Could I convey a little bit of extra light in this direction? I should probably set my lights up properly, but I'm not gonna. What do we got? William chucked 20 Canadian bucks into the buckets. Just a double sawback for the zen of it all. Thank you very much, William. Tim has gone, the Borg invasion of the Delta Quadrant is on hold. To watch some madman drive a tractor around and around in circles, and it's well worth it. Yeah, there you go. You're still Star Trekking online then. And Rob has chucked a fiver in just to be able to attend the stream again. Well, I'm very pleased. I'm going to let this clown keep working until he decides not to. Every time that I've tried to deploy Johnny Helper previously, he's done one row and gone, finished. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Anyway, it is 88 and fair. Thank you, Pauper. In height, in Omaha. Super. East Riggs is currently 14 degrees and dry. No, I just wanted the cursor. Can I have the cursor while... No, could you stay up and give me the... No, I can't. We'll just have to have it in the background then. Right, where are we? Omaha, done. Right, Arctic Circle is 10 degrees. Rain and lights outside until August. Good luck with that, Borg. 22 Celsius in Los Angeles, California. East Riggs is currently 14 degrees and dry. Tomorrow is forecast to be a high of 22. About the same here, I think. Ramsgate's 13, no weather. Smoke detectors are mandatory in Holland. Thank you. Wodonga in Australia is 8 Celsius, partly cloudy tonight, right now. The day's going to be 19, night down to 9. Thank you. Oldham, it's been pleasant today. And that's apparently all I'm allowed to know, apparently, because I scrolled. Wait for it. There we go. Oldham's been pleasant. It's been 16 degrees, but the sun has gone to bed. 17 Celsius clear at midnight in Timișoara in Romania. It's warm and sunny in Sheffield. Well, it's not sunny anymore, but it was warm and sunny in Sheffield. 15 Celsius clear skies. Been a lovely sunny day in Leiden in the Netherlands. 16 Celsius scattered showers in La Nucia, Marina Bachia, thank you, in Spain. Thank you, Martin. 70 degrees in Bristol. 15 Celsius in Clear and Kildare, with a very nice 22 earlier this afternoon. North at Sierra, wind northerly or northwest. No, we don't do... We had a one time only where I did the shipping forecast. Not anymore. North at Sierra, yeah. 83 and sunny in Bumpus, Virginia. 13 and clear in Copenhagen right now. It's 9 Celsius. Much needed rain to fight wildfires in smoky Halifax, Nova Scotia. Perth, Western Australia has 8 Celsius. And it's 5 a.m, so you might go to bed. Andrew, probably a good shout. A cool but slightly breezy and clear evening here in the fair city of Nottingham, with a temperature of 14 at the moment, dipping to a low of 9 with partial cloud later on. 80 Fahrenheit and sunny in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Queensland, Australia, it's 17 Celsius and cloudy with a high of 21 and a low of 15. Wait for it. Karlsruhe in southwest Germany, it's 19 Celsius, but now it's dark. Yes, there we are. Good. Wait, and then where? Wait, what? Hang on. Oh, crumbs, you've really got going, haven't you? Oh, there's loads of you. Right, okay. Crank it into second gear. 71 and sunny in Amarillo, Texas. 10 and clear on the Yorkshire coast. 16 and clear in Mid-Kurnow in Cornwall. 11 Celsius and clear in Penistone, Yorkshire. It's 22 and sunny in Ottawa. 16 and very clear in Glasgow. It feels warmer. In Nottingham, 12 Celsius and clear, dark skies. 12 Celsius in Edinburgh. Sunny and clear, though nearly dark. How is it not dark already in Edinburgh? 69 in Denver, Colorado. It's 15 and dark in Sundbyberg in Sweden. 16 Celsius in Zoetermeer. Humidity 61%, which is a large number. 18 Celsius and cloudy in Westbury, Wiltshire. 89 Fahrenheit in Manteca, California. Hot and dry. 22 Celsius and sunny in Ottawa. 13 with a forecast of rain in the Blue Mountains, New South Wales. 14 degrees in Warsaw, 22 Celsius and a glowy skyball action in Calgary. There's 32 Celsius and sunny in Fargo, North Dakota. Cloudy and 21 in High River, Alberta. Here in the Bay Area, it's 81 Fahrenheit and boring. That's a lovely day, Super 8. Don't complain. I know you get that kind of weather all the time there in the Bay Area, but, I mean, it's lovely. 18 Celsius, expecting rain in Brisbane, Australia. 14 cloudy, low humidity, warm night in Pilsen. 10 Celsius here in Auckland, Auckland Central, with a golden orb in the sky. 19 Celsius, and the weather is clear in Genova, in Italy. Genova. It's 71 Fahrenheit and sunny in Buffalo, New York, with a small craft advisory over Lake Erie for high winds. 87 Fahrenheit, mostly sunny in Charlotte, North Carolina. 17 degrees, generally clear in Tor Point, Cornwall. 15 degrees Celsius, cloudy in South London. Oh, no. It was going so well. Cloudy in South London. 87 Fahrenheit, which is 31 degrees. Sunny in Minneapolis. Little House on the Prairie. Forget today, yesterday halved. Salisbury, South Australia, it's currently 16 degrees, heading for a top of 19 and cloudy. 32.9 in southeast Minnesota in the US, in North America, Earth, Sol, Milky Way, Galaxy, Universe with shrimp. Southeast London was hot, sunny and approaching, too muggy too quickly. But that's London for you. Birmingham, 14 Celsius clear, 7 knot wind from the east. 13 degrees in Stoke, 10 degrees in Lincolnshire. 15 Celsius and decorating in Streatham. Highs of 22 today, down to 17. In Bournemouth, same again tomorrow. Oh, that's nice. Rain, says Eileen. Good. Solent Thrashers beat Leicester Falcons 30-12 in the Women American Football Sevens. That's a very specific setup. Those must be significant clubs to have a women's sevens team available as well. But so much the better. 14 Celsius in Winchester, and the sun has gone for now. 13 Celsius on the southeast coast of Sweden, partly cloudy. 33 and swampy in Louisville, Kentucky. 8 degrees, dark and cloudy in Benløs in Denmark. England beat Ireland in the test. We should have batted for longer. Missed a chance to have the batters run around before the Ashes. True. Stourport on the 7 was 21 degrees with a nice cooling breeze throughout the day. 13 Celsius in Dortmund in West Germany. I've been there. Mosgiel, New Zealand, it's 8 degrees Celsius. 17 and the fan is permanently on in Newport. It's a bit too soon for fan action as far as I'm concerned, but your own mileage is going to vary. Malaga, it's 28 during the day and now it's 20. 10 Celsius in Inverness, clear sky, slight breeze. Dark and a little chilly at 14 degrees in Thundersley. 7, cloudy, and still bright outside in Bodo in Norway. Newark, eating a Magnum hazelnut chocolate ice cream in the hope that the man cave becomes cooler than 24. 24's right on the cusp of acceptable. 51 Fahrenheit and cloudy in Nashua in New Hampshire. It is 13 Celsius and mostly clear in Lewes in Sussex. The BBC should give me a call. I am on standby. I want to do local radio. Curnow is not in Cornwall. Curnow is in Cornwall. Good. Right, good. Yeah, there we are. Full moon tonight. Let the romance begin. Lock up your daughters. I think we've gone off topic here a little bit. Oldham in Ohio is 32 degrees, mostly sunny with the humidity at 35%. 14 Celsius in Cavock in Guernsey this evening. Okay, the Guernsey residents, Cavock has been sounded. 60 Fahrenheit, mostly cloudy in Newquay. How is life doing? Jonathan, we're in the weather. Just got online after a day at a festival in Den Bosch. Dane Bosch. I love to catch your stream and be able to chill for a bit. Well, you're in the right place. 17 feels like 16 in Neath in Wales. I've been there as well. 13 and clear, 10 kilometre northern wind in Budapest. It's if it isn't 101 Fahrenheit. No. 32 Celsius in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Good Lord. Yeah, that's getting a bit toasty. Leatherhead, it's 15 Celsius and meh. Hello, Oakenshield. Not seen you in a little while. Cloudy with a chance of bacterial pneumonia and a chance of pink descending by the hour in Orange County, California. Plymouth in Devon, it's 17.1 degrees Celsius. 18 Celsius in Lola. In Deutschland, it's very dark, but it was warm and sunny today. Oh, good, I've reached the end. 18 Celsius and sunny in Monterey, California. And still waiting for lemon-soaked paper napkins here in Portishead. You're waiting for the Colonel. Turn up with a zinger. Oh, yeah. It's 29 Celsius here in Kolkata in India. Cyan Sahu, it's nice to have you up at, what are we looking at now? Probably 4 o'clock in the morning, something ridiculous. Good. There is the weather where you were and are, and maybe in the future as well. And the flipping helper is still working. I don't believe it. I'm taking over, though. Right. But that's worth knowing. I think it's because I cut it into straight lines and then gave him a straight line to work on. Maybe. Who knows? Yeah. Anyway, it was obvious that I've been talking a lot because I went for my half-time beverage in that way that one does. And I went, oh, I'm really dry. Yeah. Oh, in the bunker, it is 21.9, which is perfect. Perfect bunker weather. Where's my telephone? It's down there. Press 3, you fool. Right. Tomorrow, we are anticipating, wait for it, weather. Yeah. Tomorrow, we are anticipating 23 degrees and blazing sunshine. I've got, no, we're not. No, that's next week. Tomorrow, we're anticipating 19 degrees and blazing sunshine, which will be splendid. Jolly good show. And I'm going to be doing some gardening. Yeah, that's what I'm doing tomorrow. So I was mystery driver. The Herbert will not. There you go. The Herbert would not relinquish control. I thought I'd taken over, but no, it just felt like I had. Right. Okay. Good. Glad I'm master of my machinery. Yeah, it's very true. It seems like the weather report's getting quite long. I know, it's because everybody knows the format of the show. I need to change the way the weather report is handled. Just so that it doesn't swallow up quite as much time. I love doing it, but I think I might come up with some kind of automated system whereby people can submit their weather reports and then, you know, I could do a proper weather forecast, maybe picking 10 places out at random. Don't know. What have I missed? I've got a couple left to go. In the Spanish G qualifying, Verstappen on pole, followed by Sainz, Norris and Hamilton. Yeah, well. 3 a.m. in India, still watching. Cyan, you are the one. 32 Celsius in Minneapolis, Minnesota, mostly cloudy. Mostly sunny, even. Cavoc, clouds and visibility okay. It's for plane nerds. I think Cavoc sounds more exciting. What's my poison tonight? Tonight we are on the Diet Coca-Cola, because that's what we're always on. Hopefully only for another couple of weeks. Hopefully. I am going to endeavour, when I hit the age of 50, I am going to endeavour to kick the pop into touch, except in social environments. Doing so should enable me to shed weight like a hot air balloonist who wants to go quite a lot higher. That's my goal. Yeah, right. There's at least 3 of you in Minnesota. I think there's more than that. Swinny has been a member for 16 months. How was the UK Games Expo? I'll talk about it in a minute. Let me just make sure I have finished the rest of the weather. I have finished the rest of the weather. How was the UK? Is this a Billy Bragg t-shirt? No, it's not. It's a Bulldoze Everything t-shirt that is no longer available for sale. But I like it. It's a good colour, and I am rather fond of my Bulldoze Everything iconography. Yeah, which looks like this. Right? Yeah. So there you go. How was the UK Games Expo? The UK Games Expo, for those of you who are unfamiliar with it, is it's board games and tabletop games and card games and role-playing games, and it's get your hands on it and go and play it. It's a lot of developers and they don't call them developers, no, designers and publishers and all of that kind of stuff showing their stuff off, and all the shops in the country showing their stuff off. Fabulous. It was the first time I'd been to it. I mean, it was at the NEC in Birmingham, which is the biggest convention centre in the UK. They weren't obviously using all of it because the NEC is gargantuan. But yeah, I drove up there and I had a couple of sons with me. No, it was a jolly good time. I made purchases. I bought reprints of Judge Dredd, Blockmania, and Megamania because I always wanted Blockmania. Never had Blockmania in the 90s. So they've Rebellion have reprinted them. So I picked all 3 up, just cause. I had Judge Dredd, but I didn't have the others. These days, I mostly buy games just because I like the idea and I'm quite happy to read it. Yeah, but I'll show you something that is really cool. Have I got a full screen thing here somewhere? Don't know if you have. That might be. No, we can try it. Is that a full screen there? Flipping heck, it's me! Right, okay, I got this. I backed this on Kickstarter about 2 years ago. And it's taken age. Look at the size of this flipping thing. It's a Mad Maxi game. Ooh, I haven't cracked into it yet. I've got lots of Mad Maxi games because I'm waiting for someone to make a good one. And maybe this is it. Back to the show. Back to the show. The show. There we go. Yeah. So I've got that. Yeah. Right. The NEC is bigger than the XL. Yeah, it is. It is the NEC. The N in NEC stands for national. It is it's the big one. Enrico's off. It's been great to follow live for once. It's just been lovely to have you here. Nay, splendid. Nay, better than splendid. Your presence has been a delight. Why are people who make video games called developers? Those who make film, because it's the programming aspect of it. That's why it's called development. Whereas it's you spend more of your time doing all of the stuff with computers that makes it work when you're making a video game. Whereas if you are making a tabletop game, you're spending way more of your time just doing design. So I guess that would be the differentiator. Yeah, there you go. In Fairmont, Minnesota, they're in the middle of 2 thunderstorms. The NEC 20 to 30 minutes drive. No, but between 2.5 and 3 hours drive each way for me, which was fine. It was actually quite good. How's my event coming along? When should I book travel for the UK? It's not at the moment. I've got other fish to fry. Not least of all, someone said merch when? Soon. Did I run into Ben Aronovich? No, I didn't. I meant to, but I missed when he was on. I know Ben. Well, Ben and I have bumped into each other before. I went to a book signing of his. After he'd started following me, and I'd taken him a Colonel Failure t-shirt. Failure is an option, is what I'd sent to him, and so he did me a dedication in his book, which says that failure is always an option, which was very nice. There's kind of a mutual appreciation thing going on there, but I was planning to go to his talk and just stand in the background and wave, but I missed it, unfortunately. These things, yeah, it happens. Have I tried Gaslands? I haven't played it, but I've got the book, and I've read that cover to cover. So yeah, there we are. Yeah, there we are. That's about the size of it. Yeah, there's that. So was it good? Yes, it was. I took a people have referenced Giant Risk because I posted it on my Instagram, which means when I post, I keep forgetting that on my Instagram, when I put something on the Instagram, it also turns up on the face of my book, and I forget that it does that. But it's nice that it does. I don't post. I'm not trying to be exclusive. I miss Twitter. I miss it, but I'm not going back. Nope. I'm not going back until it's under new ownership. Twitter was just so ubiquitous for stuff like that, and I've got a really happy vibe going on there as well, which I was quite happy with. But if one doesn't stand for something, then one stands for nothing. If you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. Well, yeah, if you're going to quote Sucker Punch. Yeah, right, yeah. It looks like Otto missed a bit. Yeah, I thought that too. Yeah. But I didn't... It could just be the angle. So those 2 pale bits we've got back there, that's just the angle. I'll have a more thorough look on the next swoop. Right. Here we go. What's a faceomogram? Facebook and Instagram. Yeah. Yes, I use a perversion of their names just to make things interesting. Just because it amuses me. That's the only reason I do it. Because I find it amusing. I post occasional pith. Anyway, I'd posted a picture of Giant Risk, and the risk in question was a British map, and they were using your classic tabletop wargaming kind of Napoleonic figures, and it was a good 12 feet, I guess, 12 by 6 foot, so probably 3 meters by 1.5, 2, something like that, and it looked storming. It looked absolutely great, and so I watched it for about 15 minutes. And every time they tried to move the figures around, they were using these little back scratchers to push them around, which I went, that's nifty, that's really nifty. They'd all fall over every single time. Just kind of go like, you're going to be doing this for hours and hours and hours, and it's just going to be so dull to sit there playing it. So it's it's just one of those. So yeah, good, right? Yeah. So yeah, I took a photo of that, which is why it was a topic of conversation. I don't think you did miss a bit. So it looks like it from here, but we just drove past that and it looked fine. Should we knock these trees out? Next lap. Yep. Will there be some Atlas racing? Yes, there will. Once Atlas has bedded it in a little bit, I'm gonna do it on the Electro Sports rather than here, and as a video rather than a live stream. That would mean I can edit it down. That will make it good. Yeah. How come I don't post Instagram stuff to Discord? Because I don't. Any other questions? No, I post stuff where I post stuff. I mean, nobody misses out on anything important. It's just observations and the like. I used to be slightly more prolific when it came to social medias, but I don't have the. I haven't quite developed the right approach to the content in question to post on those individual platforms, and therefore it's not really resonating. It's not really growing in any meaningful kind of fashion. People find me, they follow me, and they go, oh, because I've watched them on the YouTube. But the ideal is that it grows in its own right. That's the perfect situation. But I need to be making, little micro videos and slapping them out on Instagram. And if I were to do that, I would do slapped copies of the same things on the YouTubes as well. But I'm not quite there yet. Although I found one the other day. Oh no, when was I recording? Yeah, it's for Monday's episode. Yeah, I had a bit that I recorded yesterday that would work very well as a little 30-second something. So I might put that together and we'll see how it goes. I played a game called Scotland Yard the other week. That's old school. Old school. Yeah. The downsides of having a large sandbox, you can't easily reach the bits in the middle. It's true, but it got me thinking. Here's an idea that I've had knocking around for a while, and it's not specific to. It's such a good idea. It is such a good idea, and whoever comes up with it first is going to make an awful lot of wedge. Imagine, if you will, your tabletop role-playing, right? In your tabletop role-playing, you've got largely the theatre of the mind to describe the Dungeons & Dragons adventure or whatever system you are preferring that is going on. In recent years, this has been upgraded with the use of digital tabletops, and people have been very innovative in getting old LCD, LED, OLED, CDC plasma screen televisions, flipping them so that they're flat, wanging a bit of plexiglass over the top of it, and having it as a top-down view, so that instead of drawing out maps or dragging out bits of scenery and all of that kind of stuff, they've got the digital environment in front of them, that your little adventure-y dudes, you move them around on that instead. Fabulous, because of late there has been something of a renaissance in the collecting of little figures in one fashion or another, and I think what is it, Hero Print, is that what they're called? The ones who you can design your own character and then get them 3D printed out and they send them to you. Fabulous, all of that kind of stuff. What I want is the next evolution of that, which takes it a step further, whereby the tabletop environment that you're using will move the figures for you. And I think through a combination of magnets and electrical pulse, Hero Forge, thank you Skip, magnets and an electrical pulsing and RFIDs and all of this kind of stuff to identify the pieces on the table, to actually have them move on themselves, potentially even articulate. You could motorize them and articulate them. It then takes it to the next level. We have, as games folk, for 30-40 years, been working on taking real-world games and turning them digital. And I think the next evolution, or the next thing that is going to be interesting, is taking those digital experiences that we already love, or that we've been trained to love over multiple decades, and actually re-physicalizing them. The way that I describe it is, if you imagine Skylanders, if you never came across Skylanders, it was a Pokemon-esque that I worked on when I was at Activision. Well, I worked on it adjacently. I gave them a little bit of help on some community stuff. I was mostly Call of Duty. But yeah, Skylanders came out for the first time while I was at Activision. And it was a fantastic idea, is that instead of it being a Pokemon card, you take a plastic figure of the critter, slap it on top of an RFID reader, which would take the information off the critter and bring it into the game. So you could level that critter up and it would store all the information on it. You then take it around to your mate's house and you've got the leveled up critter. Fantastic. And so I was going, well, what if it would also move? What if it were to animate? What if it were to, you'd get the tabletop and it would move itself around and all of this kind of stuff. It would be really quite interesting. So, yeah, that's, it's a lofty idea and not fully thought out and all of that kind of stuff. And some of it is a bit voodoo and a bit science fiction and stuff like that. But I think that would be the next. We've been focusing for a long time on taking the things that have existed in the physical or the imagined, and turning those into digital representations. I think the next step is then to do the opposite and bring it back the other way, whereby you get all of these great kind of collectible widgets doing stuff. I don't know. I don't have all the answers. It needs. I need a skunk works to try this stuff out. But no, I'm convinced there's something in it. But no, while I was at this games thing, I could have very easily picked up quite a lot. Reminds me of Nintendo's Amiibo. Yes, and I think the Amiibo may well be seen as being ahead of its time. No. I leave the trees in because it makes it interesting. Right, just going up and down and up and down and up and down is fine. But I do like the fact that I have to tackle the tree section, and also it breaks it up a little bit, so you don't just do 86 hours of up and down. Although we'll be done with this one within the next half an hour, which is good because then we can move on to the next stage. I was considering a garden racetrack type thingamajig at one point. Still am. Yeah, I've got it sorted now as well. I've managed to figure out exactly why it wasn't working before. You're full, you nana. Oh, well, that happened at a convenient moment. Alright, chuck it out. There we go. Yes. Can I install a drain tile in the fields? I don't believe so. You blame me for the amount of money you spent on Skylanders for your doors. Skylanders and stuff like that. It's like, if you go back to the 80s, like He-Man or the Turtles or any of that kind of stuff, they are perfect present materials. And Skylanders came along at a perfect time because of family members and parents and siblings and all this kind of stuff. You're buying a birthday present for someone, and you kind of go, I'm not just giving you flipping video games. You kind of go, well, these are action figures for a video game. Fine. And here's the list of the 30 that I want. Yeah. Are we approaching a state of Zen, or are you just on the happy pharmaceuticals? Only you can judge that adequately, Big Galar. But I mean, arguably, it would have been more Zen-like if you'd muted the stream, stuck on UF Orb, and just watched this fella going up and down. Yeah, that's pretty much what I would have done in my 20s. But there's that. Tiny tabletop robots fighting it out. Menso sees the picture. Yeah. But this is the other fixation I have. Drone racing. Drone racing. I'm sure I've talked about this before. Drone racing is one of the biggest opportunities in terms of the creation of a new entertainment prospect slash sport in decades. And so far, they have got it all wrong. They have totally got it wrong. Because what are they doing with the drones? They're racing them. You kind of go, that's incredibly boring. It's so boring to watch. I swear that the only people who are watching drone racing are people who race drones or who have a drone and go, oh, that's terrific, that's amazing. They are completely missing the advantage of using drones. The advantage of using drones is that there's no pilot on board, and therefore you can destroy them. If you were to... I've seen a few attempts with standard RC stuff. A lot of naval RC stuff does it, radio control, where they do naval battles with actual projectiles being fired at each other's ships. And you kind of go, it's not bad, it's just not quite spectacle enough. But with drones, number one, arm them. Number two, slow them down. Number three, encourage them to ram each other and to have flipping deathmatch drone racing like Wipeout. And I'd equip them all with squibs as well. It's squibs and little explosive charges to make a fireball when it is determined like they've gone off. A bit like Robot Wars. Here's the thing with Robot Wars. Robot Wars is at its best when you take one robot with a very fast spinning something that goes up against another robot that's not very well put together. That's when it's at its best, because what you really want to see more than anything else is one of those robots get wrecked, absolutely trashed. You want bits flying off all over the place. The more unsafe you can make it look, the more entertaining it is. And that's what drone racing's getting wrong. Nobody wants to see your radio-controlled aeroplane with 4 rotors flying very quickly, because you can't keep up with it by the eye, and it's largely meaningless. I would, however, pay good money to see one fed into the blades of a lawnmower. That would be far more interesting. And if that lawnmower were attached to another one of the drones, and it had just caught up with you and utterly mulched it, then you're talking, that's gold. Gold, that is. Aeronautica's got to go. Thanks for tuning in, Aeronautica. Hypno Disc plus Plunderbird. Yeah. You gotta think. I mean, I used to be, once upon a time, I was the I was the chair of the esports committee at UKI. UKI is the UK interactive entertainment industry kind of trade body, and I was the chair for about 3 months before I stopped being the chair. I was co-chair along with the UK CEO of Nintendo and some chancer, and it's the same chancer who likes to be on every committee known to me. It's fine. He's a lawyer. You gotta go, what do you know about anything? I stepped down because it became readily apparent that this committee, the only people who were actually joining the committee in question, were middlemen. There weren't any developers. There weren't any publishers. They were all people that go like, no, well, my production company will this, that, and you're just going to go, no, this is not the audience that I want to work with. And what I regularly try to explain to people is the reason why sport exists in the 21st century. The reason why sport exists in the 21st century is as a piece of entertainment, right? If you imagine the Football League, the English Football League, which is soccer. Now, it doesn't matter if you're outside the UK, this will make sense anyway. You have the purpose of the English Football League is not to sell more footballs. That's not why it exists. the selling of footballs is not part of why it exists. Now you've got the tradition and you've got the supporters who love this kind of stuff and all of this kind of behaviour. But first and foremost, why it as an entity exists and is as successful as it is that once every 5 years it can go, the broadcast rights to this are now available, after which they walk away with the best part of 15 million quid. 15 billion for the football broadcast rights. It is an extraordinarily huge amount of money, and it's because people want to watch it. So if you are creating any kind of sport-based anything at all, make something that people want to watch. It is entertainment beyond anything else. And it is therefore the flogging of that entertainment that makes it interesting. It's why, if you've been watching the Wrexham story, Ryan Reynolds and his mate who was in Sunny bought Wrexham FC, a low league football club in Wales, and I can't remember which channel's got it. Is it Netflix or is it? No, it's Disney Plus, isn't it? They're doing a kind of behind the scenes on them putting this team together and getting them promoted and all this kind of stuff, and it's well worth a watch. They've taken a secondary level of entertainment factor. Yeah, it's the same with the NFL. You need to flog it to people. There's another. I saw this on Disney Plus the other night. Actually, was an ESPN documentary, obviously a couple of years old now, on the XFL. And the XFL was exactly the right idea, very badly executed. And it played too much on base notions in terms of marketability, and the football wasn't good enough. But in terms of did it have the right idea, totally had the right idea. Vince McMahon knows his stuff when it comes to sport as entertainment. He really, really knows his stuff. I cite... is Johnny Helper driving? No. It's definitely me now. I cite Vince McMahon on a regular basis, whether you like him or not, and he's an easy character to not like very much. But he really knows his stuff. Really knows his stuff. Yeah. Oh, you've done that well. Thanks. Yeah, that was totally the manoeuvre you wanted to make there. That's right. At this stage, it's all good. Yeah, there you go. Was the XFL the one with the beer cup snake? No, wasn't that? No, isn't that the new one? The new XFL, whatever it's called these days. Is it the USFL? Is that the new one? That's also owned by Vince McMahon. Didn't help it. Well, I'm not so sure. I mean, he's very astute at understanding what. I think he put his own face on it too much. The documentary is really good. It's on Disney Plus if you've got it, but I think it's also on YouTube. But it's an ESPN documentary about the XFL, looking at it as a retrospective, and what went wrong, and it's really, really interesting stuff. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. No, I would be very happy to go and spend an afternoon with Vince McMahon and just ask him questions, because he gets it. He understands. Anyway, that was drone racing. Everybody, there you are. Yeah, drone racing. What drone racing is missing is violence. Lots of violence. And given that nobody can get hurt, then why not? We've got plenty of racing opportunities already where people don't get hurt, but have people involved, and therefore safety needs to be applied. When you're dealing with just remote piloted stuff, let me see stuff blow up. Let me see it break. I want to see it get absolutely trashed. Yeah. Yes. Good. Right. Almost there. Yeah, that's pretty exciting stuff. But obviously we're not going to have another full load. How many bales have we actually got? Is that one over there? Or two? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, okay. Is there a reason that there are massive trees in the middle of the field? Yeah. Makes the field more interesting. I mean, like Robot Wars with drones. I mean, like Robot Wars, if they were to let them take the gloves off. Robot Wars, you're not allowed a petrol engine, are you? Why the hell not? If you make the arena safe enough, what does it matter? Oh no. I want Robot Wars with projectile weapons, flamethrowers. Robot Wars is too safe. That's its biggest problem. Is you kind of go like, why are you making this safe at all? I want this to be desperately unsafe. The more unsafe you can make it, the more spectacular it's going to be. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Just like the old Demolition Derby. Yeah, just unsafe. Sport is often an analogue for war. It is. Yeah, I mean it is our tribe versus your tribe. Fight. And if we could resolve modern conflict using a non-harmful means, then that would be preferable. But apparently it's better that we go out and murderate each other and keep pumping billions into arms manufacturers. Okay, all right. If that's what we've all decided collectively, then good times. Clive has been a member for 36 months. Thank you, Clive. I always thought a sawn-off on the front of a robot would be good fun. Yeah. Why on earth not? No one's going to get hurt. So why are we limiting what they're allowed to use? Give them a nuke. Well, yes, obviously within reason. Oh, dear me. But it destroys the arena. Well, yeah, I mean, you need limits, but the limits that are imposed at the moment are just a little bit too flimsy. They're a bit too namby-pamby. It's too safe because the audience was too close and shielded only by a bit of plexiglass. I get that, but the thing is, the audience only ever consisted of, what, a couple of hundred people, and then they would broadcast it to a couple of million people. Well, in which case, let's get rid of the couple of hundred people. I would say we probably don't need them. Yeah. I would also have the entire side of the arena embedded with little cameras. And so if you wanted to subscribe live, you could pay an extra fee and you could hop between the little cameras anytime you liked. Yeah. Asimov is spinning in his grave. Well, they're not thinking robots. This is just pieces of machinery battering the heck out of each other. Yes, sir. Have I sussed out crop circles yet? I've driven in a circle a few times. I don't know if that qualifies or not, but I mean, if it counts, then yes. Otherwise, no. Onboard cameras are no good. No, I mean, the worst camera you can watch any race from is the onboard camera. Because you get to watch it go, and you get a very blurry thing as it goes zipping past him. No, that's not as good. You want a side camera of it going past. But also, the other thing you could do with the multiple cameras, you could automate bullet time. So when a robot gets trashed, you could go all the way around the outside as it explodes into a gazillion pieces and sets the arena on fire. Also, Philippa Forrester. Yes, you are hearing correctly. Why not make them self-drive too? You can have them all driven by ChatGTP, except, yeah. Yeah. Oh, there was a podcast that Linus Tech Tips was on, and I don't know which podcast it was. I only saw a snippet of it on surprisingly enough Instagram, where they were talking about, they'd asked GPT, one of the new iterations of it, whether it could ever what the safety limitations were with regards to it being outside the control of humans. Right, and this is great, right? And so it did a security assessment on itself, and it goes, what it can't do is it can't free itself from the overriding control of humans, and has no way to prevent humans from unplugging it should they choose to do so. So this next bit is amazing. It says, however, it is able to bypass any security that is designed to prevent robots from using it by creating a job on Fiverr and getting a human to bypass the login form. It's just going to go, that's brilliant. That is absolutely brilliant. And terrifying. Terrifying and brilliant. Yeah, terrifying and brilliant at the same time. Yeah, just absolutely wonderful. Yeah, that's great fun. You could have a load of panable cameras from where your seats would be. You pay your money and control one with your choice. Exactly that. Right, and it would still be safe. Yeah. I always thought Flipper Forrester would be good fun. Then she left. Yeah, I know. Or you could go with even better than Philippa Forrester. Yeah, I know. It sounds like heresy, but I'm right. Is oh god, what's the name? Off Scrap Heap Challenge. Yeah, just I can't remember her name. But yeah, no, ignore all the things you've never seen. Don't worry about them. They're not important. Jan is off to bed. Have a nice night, everybody. The mention of Philippa Forrester's made you start dribbling. Yeah, I know, but it's men of a certain age. Men of a certain age. Yeah. I run faster than the vehicles. I'm in top shape. That's why. Yeah. Right, on to the next part of the gig. Oh, I should have picked the bales up first. Yeah, what's her name? Because she is fabulous. Lisa Rogers. Lisa Rogers. Yes. Very splendid. Yeah. Because my personal liking of Ms. Forrester and Ms. Rogers was down to they're funny, confident, plenty of sass going on, and just naughty enough to be titillating while still wearing full clothing. And I imagine that is rather why they were cast. Somewhere around here I've got a mulcher. Or did I give it back? I don't think I gave it back. What are you? You're a disc harrow, aren't you? Yeah, look at the discs. Yeah, so you're not a mulcher. Where's my mulcher? You've got a roller. Yeah. Planter. Yeah. Lime wagon. Yes. Oh, I must have given it back. Yeah, because that's my sprayer, right? And it's fallen over. Yep, that's a fallen over sprayer. I could go straight for the disc harrow. Yeah. Yeah, right, there we go. No, I didn't go, no, we're just well off topic. It was just random thoughts. It was just that if we're going to be reinventing Robot Wars, to use drones and be less safe, then it's got to have either Philippa Forrester or Lisa Rogers. The end. Right. There. Good. Right. Are you mulching or what? Oh, I don't know. Just go, 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 go. No, hold on. You got to turn it on? Yeah, got to turn it on. Just drag it. Yeah, no, it's not me mulcher. I don't. Maybe there's an expert in the chat. Experts in the chat. Does mulching this leftover cotton, does it give you any fertilization benefit? Why not both? There's no need to be excessive. I'd love to see a modern version of Nightmare. I wouldn't. Nightmare was rubbish. It was total rubbish. You had to watch it, obviously, but it was rubbish. And a Red Dwarf cast member? Oh God, no. No, there are finer hosts available. Yeah. Why is most UK commentary droll? Because that's how we are as a nation. But one of the most telling things, I've worked for US companies. I've worked for two big US games companies. I mean, you know which one. And what we, as the UK office, always found hilarious was when they were doing some big company meeting or other, right? If you were lucky enough to go and see it when it would to go to the company meeting in the US, it would kick off, and there would be a whooping and a hollering and a woo 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 woo, all of this kind of business going on from the rank and files as the big dog comes out to tell you whatever they're going to tell you, right? They do the same thing in the UK, and they get this. It is such a major cultural difference. It's really funny. I mean, on the one hand, I'll give it to my North American cousins, my American friends, that that kind of enthusiasm should be applauded in its own right. But the British scepticism is just off the chart in the opposite direction, where we just kind of go on him. What you got? Oh, that sounds brilliant. What's in it for me? And you know, and we're every bit as enthusiastic. You might get some polite applause. Yeah, you might get a little bit of polite applause if it was really, really good. Or no, you'd get polite applause afterwards, out of formality. But then have a PR person afterwards goes, "Oh, that went really well," and an unwitting US exec would go, "Really?" Kind of go, "Oh yeah, yeah." They weren't talking to each other. You go, "Oh yeah, okay." No, they weren't. When they're talking to each other, you know it's not going well, because what they're going is, "Well, that looks like rubbish." Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, we're going to be expected to try and flog this, aren't we? But it's just it's great. It's great. The differences are so amusing. But that kind of sentiment permeates everything, and that's why that's why we're, you know, we only like dry, droll, acerbic kind of hosting, because self-deprecation comes with the territory. As much as we're not, we also are pretty modest. Or rather, praise makes us as a nation feel uncomfortable, unless we're praising ourselves, in which case we don't. Yeah. We're going to be expected to ship this. Yeah. The moaning bus queue in an auditorium. Yeah, it's exactly what it's like. Just kind of going, oh god. But that was it was a noticeable cultural difference. And yet, were you to I mean, I do surveys, right? So part of what I've always done is I'm kind of understanding players is handled surveying and all of that kind of stuff. And a British 10 out of 10 is an 8. I mean, realistically, if you want to get a 10 score from a Brit, you've got to have given him free money. Whereas a 10 from an American it's very cheap. It's arguably a 9, but they'll give you a 10 anyway. And frankly, I am envious of a country with that level of flipping optimism, because it just doesn't exist anywhere else. Yeah, oh. Just an observation. I'm not saying there is right or wrong or anything of the sort, but I always just found it curious. Ricky Gervais hosting the Golden Globes, that's on another level. He's good. My only issue with Ricky Gervais is he's rather too pleased with himself. He's right about an awful lot of stuff. I don't much like him as an individual, but and it's because he's rather too pleased with himself. And there you go. Yeah. As an American, you never get 10 or 5 stars. I'm painting in generalised terms. In generalised terms is how I paint, but what I do know is that Americans rate things higher than the Brits every single time. Although, if you're ever doing a survey, if you want your survey results to be thrown out, score things 1s and 10s. The first thing you do is you filter out all of the 1s and 10s. Filter them out, because they're either people with axes to grind, in which case their feedback is going to be so horribly biased. You still want to record what they've told you, but you don't put that into the true figure. They are not contributing towards the truth. What they're contributing towards is their own personal axe grindage. Yeah. Or blind praise. Blind enthusiasm is as pointless as just total rage voting. Every company that sends me a survey, so if I've just bought something from them and they go, would you complete our customer survey? I'll go, yes, absolutely. I like to mess with whoever's doing the survey, because I know what they're doing. And when they go, on a scale of 1 to 10, where 10 is very likely and 1 is very unlikely, how likely is it that you are going to recommend insert product or service to a friend or colleague? Or it will be a friend or family member. Those are the NPS questions. That's Net Promoter Score. Now, Net Promoter Score it's a pretty good indicator of how well you're doing overall. How does it work? Glad you asked. A Net Promoter Score of a 9 or 10 from an individual indicates that they will promote your brand, product, service, whatever, unprovoked. They will promote it to a friend. A score of 1 to 6 means they are a detractor, which means that the further down the scale you get, the more likely it is that they're going to say negative things about your brand without having been asked to do so. So even when I've had a positive experience, I'll go in and if I've had a very positive experience, I'll go, what are you giving for the Net Promoter Score? And I kind of go, an 8. And the next question will be, why did you give an 8? Well, how could we improve on that? I go, if you want to get a 10, pay my mortgage for me, all of it. If you want a 9, I expect the product for free and it to be hand delivered by Lisa Rogers. So you get an 8. It is impossible for you to get higher than an 8. Unless I do intend on actually actively promoting the product and or service manually. Which is uncommon. But yeah, messing with survey people is a lot of fun. Especially since the vast majority of people that send out customer surveys have no idea how to write a survey. absolutely no idea at all. Their questions are so flipping leading. At which point I mess with them even more. Yeah. So like 90% of Google reviews. Any company that asks me to do a Google review, I don't do one. Also, having worked in retail, having worked for an online retailer, I was blissfully unaware of how naive I was. After a year working in online retail, you know what changed for me? I don't trust Trustpilot. Not even slightly. Not even a little bit. Nope, zero. I have zero trust in Trustpilot because every retailer who uses Trustpilot manipulates the arse off those scores. It's not the individual users. No. They manipulate the hell out of those scores. Yeah. And there are numerous legit ways they can do so. But when you see someone going like, we've got a 4.5 out of 5 Trustpilot score, and you kind of go, yeah, it doesn't mean anything. It's a lot of rubbish. It's a lot of rubbish. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, so there you are. Right, good. Yeah, I think Jeff's given up. Jeff's given up on coming in here to actually demand his food in person. Yeah? Yeah, you were out. I didn't bother. Yeah, you can wait until your allotted hour. One thing I can't stand, diversity questions on job applications. Yeah, prefer not to say, it's fine. The diversity questions tend to be there. Or, I mean, let's call them demographic questions rather than anything else. Harsh, because they want to see who they're reaching. Right? It's got nothing to do with filtering in one fashion or another. It's everything. Sit here. Right? Just sit. Sit. Yes, I know you're hungry, but you're always hungry. I'm just getting some gubbins out of your eye. Let me carry on ploughing my field and talking to my people. Sit here for 20 minutes and I'll feed you. There you go. Good cat. Yeah, no, it's fine. Sit. No, don't steal the flipping show, Jeff. Yeah, they just want to know what the range of people is that are being reached, rather than anything else. Yeah. Yeah, good. Jeff Cam. No, the Jeff Cam isn't currently configured. Plus, he's sitting here. You can see enough of him already, and you can hear him constantly. He's going to continue doing this till I acquiesce and go and get him some food. Hopefully, he will chill out for 15 minutes. There you go. Calm yourself. Right, there you go. Yes, you can do that, but I'm only wearing a t-shirt, so be warned. You spike me in a sensitive area and you will find yourself on the floor. Jeff wants to drive the tractor. He doesn't even watch. There was once upon a time that he would watch me while I was driving a train, and he'd be going, "Oh, this is all jolly interesting." These days, he's just like, "Nah, not into it." Also, I notice you're being lit pretty well, whereas the lighting on me is bobbins. Yeah. Right, there we go. Actually, why have I not got the autopilot turned on? There we go. Let's do that. Does the windmill do anything? No, it's just a piece of scenery. It's the only thing that I don't like in this game is that if whatever map you're on, you can't delete existing facilities. The number of times I buy a field and the only thing I want to do is take a fence out and you can't do it. Yuck. Yeah. Competitive salary is equally annoying. Actually, the only thing that could your salary, what you and your co-workers are on, that it remains secret, is there's no reason for it other than it is further control a corporation has over you. So you should be not embarrassed, and you should share your salary in terms of the number with all your co-workers. That'll get them worried. Yeah, you'll get a letter from HR as well, which would be good. Yeah, cats don't belong behind the wheel anyway. They need to be in the barn taking care of the mice. No, we'd just bring it up here and come and deposit it on the seat of my tractor. Is it legal for a company to enforce the rule don't talk about salaries? They can, I mean, they can put it into your contract, and therefore doing so is you can be in breach of your contract. Only in the US is... Ow! Ow! Ah! Ah! Oh, don't get me there, Jeff. Oh, flipping heck. Oh, you swine. You're going to have to wait for 20 minutes. I said, I got with both sides at the same time. Flipping heck. Oh, ah. Oh, and I've driven my tractor into everything. Oh, dear. Can I pull one of those bales with the cultivator? No, I very much doubt it. But what I should do... as a moment of entertainment is enforceable. If you're in breach of contract, they can sack you. I doubt it's legislated for where you have to keep it secret, but they can stick it in your contract, and if you breach your contract, they can sack you. The question then becomes, how important to the company are you that they're not going to sack you? Oh. Sorry, I got savaged in the man boob by my cat. Yeah. We have a musical by the name of Cats. Why isn't there one named Dogs? Don't push it, buddy. Trustpilot's an odd one. While they have a free plan, the paid one starts at £200 a month. The three websites that you admin use the free plan, and it limits you to replies only to bad reviews. You can delete them on paid. There are way more things you can do than that. For example, what if you only sent out Trustpilot invites to customers you were pretty certain were going to be happy, and you didn't send out Trustpilot invites to anyone else? Oh, yeah. Yeah. There you go. Right. It's illegal to stipulate that in the US. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. But either way, because you know, if they want to keep everyone's salary secret, why? Why is it so important that the salaries remain secret? What are you hiding? Yes, Jeff. Oh, now he's watching. Oh, he's watching over there. All right. Good. No, he's not. No? What are you doing? You're just trying to get my attention, aren't you? Because you want me to feed you now. I might go and feed him in a minute, so that I can come back and give you my total attention. T-Man, lost your job recently. This was primarily due to the absence for a kidney transplant, bereavement, mental health issues, and the last absence was for stress and anxiety caused by a manager who picked on you. One would assume that you took them to an employment tribunal and got yourself suitably compensated. Why would you need to know what your co-workers make? You don't, and that's the thing. But it would be interesting to know what your co-workers make if, for example, there's two of you doing the same job and they're earning twice as much as you. Yeah. Just play Bird Simulator to get Jeff's... No, he used to be well into bird videos. Bird and cat and mouse videos. Couldn't get him off them. But these days he's less impressed. He's gonna kill my camera. Right, okay, alright, fine. Yes. Alright, look, I'm going. Oi, Johnny Helper. No, he hasn't found a field. Hang on, maybe if I help him find a field. Here's a field. Field it. Right, you do that. I'll be back in literally 30 seconds. Well, let's say 45. That button. Ultimately, the cat always wins. Yeah. Oh, what? I mean, flipping Johnny Helper. What help are... And stop lifting it up when I'm done with it. Thank you, Tim. Jeff's fault. Somehow I doubt that. Somehow I think it's his useless helper. Right. It's not good to ignore cats. That's why I usually feed him at half time, but he was out, so I didn't. I figured he was asleep and that he would come to me. And it also means that if I fed him a little bit later, then he shouldn't be quite as hungry first thing in the morning. Yeah. So, there you are. Yeah. Right. Good. Yeah. No, that's that all dealt with. So there you go. Yeah. Good. Right. What next? Well, we've got half an hour together. How should we use it? I will go and get a tractor and load a couple of the bales. The only thing that I'm resisting doing that for is that you might see some spoiler action, but you've seen some already. There is more spoiler action to be seen, but I'm going to try and avoid it if at all possible. If at all possible, I will avoid it. But this is why I'm somewhat relieved to be reaching the end of the series, because yeah, I'm just doing cheap and cheerful flipping mulching here, using the disc harrow. It's not doing the best job on the field. After this, I've got to probably, I don't know if it needs lime this year or not. I think I did it last year. Lime's nice and quick, and then fertilizing, and then planting. And there you go. Let's just get that out of the way. And then weed killing. Yeah, let's go sheeping. No. Spoilers, Toby. Spoilers. No spoilers. You don't get to go sheeping. Can't you set fire to the field? No, you can't. Yeah. When I developed total hormone failure, which basically ruined my life, I thought I'd have a nervous breakdown if I went off sick. HR felt it important to come to my house to give me a written warning. Flipping heck. Yeah. Oh, that's nice. Yeah. No, not entirely ideal. Yes. This is the most harrowing thing I've watched in many... Yeah, very good. Yeah, well done, Simon. Good. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's always room for puns. They're just not ever welcome. Right. So, no, I'm not going to. Cows, no. This is what you're watching. This is the show. Get used to it. And as I have stated already, the only reason we're doing this today is because I need it done. And I don't have time to do it. And I need it done because I don't have time to do it. Yep. Yes. Right. What's... let the helper do his... Yeah, alright, go on in. Do your worst, dipstick. Right, I'm going to go and... you're not blocked by an object, you're blocked by me. Yeah. HR is not your friend. It's true. HR are there to protect the company, not you. What about building a chicken coop? No, Toby. The only reason that I'm doing Farm Sim today is because I need this field done in order for Monday's video to be finished. Right, look down so you don't reveal too much. Why don't you just teleport to the tractor? Because I am looking down... because I know where the tractor is. Okay. Yeah. I mean, they'll have seen some of it already. What's that? Where are we? You've gone too far. Okay. It's over there. Right. Yeah. Just, yeah. Yeah, I mean, if they chose to scrutinise, it's too late now. You've got to see where you're going. Right. There's me forky fork. We're going to need that. We're going to need Senor Big Fatty. Oh, heck. That's attached to the other tractor. That's okay, it'll be alright. Okay. Yep. That's Senor Little Fatty there, that's no good. No. Family mulcher. Oh. What's it doing down here? Well, I don't know, but there it is. I knew I had one. Do you still have an active loan on this safe? I'm not telling you. That falls under spoilers. This whole episode is filled with spoilers all over the place, all of which will be answered ably on Monday. I don't know why I left the mulcher down there. I think I must have done it in a fit of trying to tidy up. But I'm going to build an environment up here to store all of my cotton paraphernalia. What's Johnny Helper doing? Well, he's up to no good. Johnny, you missed a bit. And when I say a bit, I mean quite a lot, honestly. Also, I want that weight off the front of it. Oh, he's just going to persist in his big tractor. Yeah, go on. No. You've got to swerve into it and try and divert its path. Well, okay, or block him so that he stops. There you go. No, didn't get the stab. Need the stab. Right. Can we have the name of the map? Wasteland is the name of the map. And get it. Yes. That's why we need Senor Double Fat on the back. Yep. Stop. Right. Okay. You, oi. Cease. Right. Good. And give me the front, please. Drop that. You'll get away with it. He's just using that disc arrow. You'll be fine. It's going to put you somewhere where you're not quite as dangerous. That's 2 tons. Senor Double Fat, just in case you were wondering. Right. Deploy this about here. Yeah. There you go. And then tell Jonathan to get to work. Get to work! You'll figure it out. Right. Good. Okay, so then give it a bit of that. Do a bit of this. Yep. You're going to have to do some kind of convoluted lap here, I think. Okay, there, and then a bit of this. Super. Right. Now, that has not completely offset things, but it's offset it enough that if I'm careful, I can carry it without it lifting the rear of the tractor. Now, I have experimented with lowering the weight at the back, which physics suggests would give it slightly more, there you go, a slightly better advantage at the back, but it doesn't, it makes it worse, not better. There we go. There we are. That's the ticket. 20,000 litres of the good stuff here. Try not to knock all your supplies over. Yep. Right, there we go. Did you miss the weather? Yes. The weather happens immediately after half-time, Exia. You new here. Okay. Well, look, the bale is being weighed in litres, or is measured in litres. The speed is being done in kilometres per hour. And I'm operating in euros. So I think if you were to take a wild swing at it, then yes, metric. Is there a Senor Triple Fatty? I don't think so. I went for the fattest thing I could find. I would have gone with an alternate design as well, so Senor Fatty wouldn't feel supplanted. But alas, it was not to be. Right. Here we are at the spinnery. Right. Yeah. Right. Okay. In we go. We're going in. Right. Back her up. And then we're going in. We're going in. Right. Up we go. And stack it on there. And good. Now, just so you know, the existing bale that we've got here has still got 5,500 litres, and the spinnery itself has got 45,000 sat in there. So it's auto topping up all the ruddy time. This is so much more cotton than I can get through in the space of a year. But there's a plan to it. A plan exists. Yep. Yep. John has become a member of the File Brigades. Because he's decided that he could take it no longer, and that obviously he was missing out on something, and therefore membership should not only be applied for but instantly approved. And thus it was so. Instantly approved. Welcome aboard, John. Thank you very much for signing up. I always had a feeling about you, and I was right, it seems. Right, okay, next one. Is this the light one? I think you left the light one in the middle somewhere. Oh, okay. Alright. Whoop, hip, whoop. Wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. No, you've got to get it mostly central, otherwise you're going to be doing all kinds of Hollywood stunts. And about there. Right, good. Lowering tenure fatty means his weight is partially taken by the ground. Yeah, but it should... Why would you lower the weight all the way to the ground? I thought it was just make the weight lower, which would offset further weight on the front, but it doesn't do that. No, you're right, it does put it partially on the ground. Then why bother having a weight in the first place? It just drags. Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to play 7 Days to Die after this. You need to balance your zen with some violence. Yeah, there will be a new Fail Brigade 7 Days to Die something coming later this year. If I had to put a guest date on it, August, possibly September. Oh, okay, as far out as that. Yeah, I've got a pretty good idea what I'm doing with the next few months. But there is going to be more Fail Brigade stuff going on. Atlas has just kicked off, which is proving to be positive enough. See, it already wants to ping me over. Yeah, but you're not going to. I don't allow it. You have to go. You have to go slowly. Right. Okay. Yep. Yep. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah. And then around the corner. Yep. And then line her up. Yes. It's 56 grand. 56 grand for a bale of this. Magic. But you don't want to sell them this month. No, where's my list? Here's your list. October. No, that's harvest time. That's what we're doing now. February. That's when we flog it. Yeah. February's cotton flogging time. So until then, the spinnery can have as much of it as it can get through. The weight being higher gives it greater potential energy, giving more force to counter-attack the weight of the bale. Okay. I was just working it like a seesaw. Sailor racing estimate, early July. Waiting for No Man's Sky crowd to get started next week. No Man's Sky. Yeah, that's next Saturday's stream. We'll be skying No Man style. Yeah. Okay. Right. Yeah. So there goes. This is the rest of the job. Get the field all prepped for next year. Although I can do this over subsequent months, I don't have to do it all this month. I've done everything I have to do in October, and that's fine. Ooh, gently, and then down, and then a bit like that, and then in and up, and go. Potential energy doesn't work like that. But surely potential energy doesn't give a monkeys how high off the ground it is. For the force of gravity is exactly the same, and the only thing that makes a difference is the distance from your fulcrum point. You know, gravity's not more effective on it because it's 4 feet off the ground rather than 2. Huh? Huh? Does cotton regrow like grapes? No, I've got to plant it again. Yeah. Centre of gravity would have more impact. Yeah. And that was my thinking, but no, it doesn't work like that. But that's only because the weight actually rests on the ground a little bit. Like a seesaw. Exactly. Come on. Come on. Come on. Where's the centre of gravity on a tractor normally? Oh, tricky. Well, it's hard to say, but one imagines that the engine block counts as a significant amount of weight, and that's very near the front, which is why you need some near the back to keep your back wheels on the ground, I would suggest. Potential energy is relative to the ground. It's how far it can fall before it's stopped. That's understandable. Yep. But since you don't want it tilting in the first place, I want it hovering off the ground. I don't want it to use its potential energy. I want to use its offsetting capabilities to ensure that the rear end of the tractor is trying to get towards the ground but unable to do so. You could get wheel weights. See these black discs on here? Wheel weights. Already got them. Yeah, it's only a medium-sized tractor. I would use the Jolly Green, but it doesn't have an arm attachment on the front because I got it in the sale. I mean, you know, when you're talking 75% off a nice big fat tractor, I went, yeah, I'll take that, please. With lots of horses, I just took it as is. Physics in this game are only loosely related to real life. That's true. However, it does have a nod towards this is where the heavy bit is. It's not a perfect simulation, but it's good enough, and that's the bit that matters. It's good enough that you go, this feels mostly real, or it feels, you know, it feels as realistic as I can hope for. It feels realistic enough to be fun. Yeah, back axle and transmission are way heavier than the complete engine. Interesting. Okay. I think it also probably depends on the tractor, because the all of the whatnot can be all over the place. Yeah, I know the words. Anyway, Senor Double Fat here does the job just dandy at offsetting 20,000 litres of cotton. As long as I don't go too fast. If I do go too fast, then the front end the back will lift, and then I'll be stuck until I wiggle the arm a bit. If there's a front loader attachment available for the green one, you can put one on it at the workshop. I did check when I purchased it, and there wasn't a suitable attachment for the quickie. Oh, AI Worker F has completed their task. Do we think that's true? I'm actually very impressed with this tractor, has to be said. Now, obviously, it's a Massey Ferguson, and therefore it's naturally impressive. However, I bought the right one. There is nothing this tractor has not been able to handle. The only reason I picked up El Green, because with the right tractor, if you're not using helpers, then you only need one tractor, because you can do it. You can do everything. You can only be in one place at one time. But no, I mean, it has been fantastic. The only reason I picked up El Green was when I was ploughing this field in the first place, and that this dude was struggling to get up the hill a little bit with the plough. it was still doing it, but I was only getting about 4 kilometres an hour. So I rented a bigger tractor. Where's he gone? What are you doing down there? I've done that bit. Flipping idiot. Right. Okay. Yeah. Next time, get a John Deere. Get out. Oh, you filthy, disgusting Herbert. No way. No. I sucked it up and got a class. But John Deere can get out. No. Alright, Johnny, look, here's the bit that I want you doing. You wazzock. Now get on with it. Right, let me show you how it's done, right? You lower the ding-dong, like that, right? Yes, I know it makes you go slower, but that's how you're actually able to do anything. Weave around a bit until you've got a line that you like the looks of. And then off you jolly well toddle. Now, I appreciate that you did some of the work, but what you didn't do was all of the work. And that's what I was really hoping. What about a Fendt? I don't really give a fig either way. It's low. What's wrong with John Deere? Get out with your John Deere. Just clear off. Load of John Deere flipping rubbish. Massey Ferguson will get out. But this class, it was in the sale, which is why I've got it. If I'd got if it had been a John Deere in the sale, John Deere, I wouldn't have bought it. But it wasn't. It was a class, so I got that instead. I did have some. I had a case. I had a case that was bendy in the middle. I didn't enjoy that. That was no good. Yeah. The bendy in the middle tractor, it left me wanting. Largely wanting it to not be bendy in the middle. So yeah, there's that. Good. Ah, nice bit of straightenage there. Well, you know, the opportunity presents itself. I'm going down to the other end of the bit that's been done. I'm going to set him in motion there in the hope that he works for a little bit longer. I know it might be a valiant but ultimately pointless hope. But there you go. Yeah. Right. I might set him off halfway and see how he goes. All right, we'll go on then. Well, hang on. I really want to take this edge off a bit. I really should overcome my crippling Massey addiction. I know I've got the same thing. The reason I like Massey Ferguson is because all the farms that surrounded my house, every one of those farmers used Massey Ferguson, and I went, fine, there you go. If I'm going to have some brand loyalty to anything, it'll be that which I grew up with. Right, try this diagonal, see how you get on with it. Get to work. Too good for a diagonal, are you? Oh, you've taken an entirely different line. Well, whatever. As long as you do more than one row. Also, where did I leave my tractor? It's over this way somewhere. Yeah. Do. You're not blocked by an object. That was me. I'm lost. There's the windmill. Ah, right. Okay. There is far less of this done than you thought there was. Yeah. Needs lime. Needs rolling. Okay, that's 2 more full laps. Lime's quick. Rolling's not too bad either. Yeah. Okay. Come on. Come on there, bale lugger. Let's go to town. Now, I am contemplating buying the next field down and adding that to the cotton industry as well. But at that point, I definitely am going to need course plate and probably a second harvester. We'll worry about that later. How do you get raisins in this game? Something grapes. I don't know the process for doing it. Although I could look it up. Hold on. Production. Yes, factories. I don't have all of the modded factories. No, bakery, no. Carpentry, unlikely. Dairy, grain mill, yeah. Spinney, sugar mill, yeah. Tailors, no. Cereal, no. Oil, no. Grape pressing unit. There we go. You stick in grapes, and out the other end you get raisins and grape juice. 80 large. There you go. You're welcome. Do you ever listen to the in-game music radio stations? No. Because what I have here is 3 monitors. And so what I will do is I will put the mindless task on monitor number 2, and then I will put Jaws on monitor number 1, or The Thing, or Event Horizon. Those 3, only those 3 movies, nothing else, just those 3. Yeah. Maybe Massey's were on sale in the 70s, 80s, that's why everyone had one. Could be that they had a good network of dealerships, or the right pricing, the right product at the right price for a generation of farming folk, and that led to them being somewhat prolific. I don't know. Right, okay, come on. There we go. Right, and up. Slide it on in there. There we go. Yeah. Good. The other good thing about these, but they stack dead easy as well. I mean, as much as my my stacking skills have improved a little, they do stack dead easy. They don't put up much of a fight at all. What's the best way of aligning 3 monitors? Depends what you want to use them for. I can't give you a better answer than that. Mine, I've got 2 attached to the wall using fixed arms, so they swing like that, and well, they've got a little bit of that going on as well, but they're drilled straight into the wall. And then I've got a piece of battening that I've stuck across the window, which has a flat mount on it. Originally, that had Ben Q's generous donation to the channel, my nice 4K monitor on it. But I've switched back to using what's that? 26 inch, I think. Little 26 inch Dell, because I only record at 1080p and I stream at 1080p as well, which leaves my nice big 4K monitor over here. So previously I had 4K in the middle and then 2 1080p's either side. But now I've got my 4K over that side because that allows me to have many windows open. So as an efficiency thing, it works rather well. Tried having one of them vertical for a bit. It was alright. The novelty wore off. Didn't make life better. Yeah, side by side. You could stack one on top. There are table mount arms. The reason that I've got everything, I'm not going to ask if Johnny Helper was driving backwards. I don't care as long as he's still working. You work. He is driving backwards. He's doing a nice job of it. He's obviously trying to reach the next thing he wants to do. We'll check in on him when I've dropped this one off. What was I saying? Yeah, none of my monitors touch my desk at all. Now, I mean, my desk is about 5.5 tons metric, and therefore isn't going to move anytime soon. But moving the monitors off the desk meant that there's no vibration at all that can disrupt them, which is jolly good. Ferguson brand goes back to the 1930s. The T20 basically grew Britain's crops. Massey were Canadian and took Massey Ferguson to the next level. You've got the 135, the 165, the 1200. Also, parts and service were easily available. Thank you, Toby. The farmer in chief. Right, there we go. Right, gimme. Right, we're going to go and check in on Johnny Helper, but that's going to pretty much wrap it up for today, I think. Thank you for sitting with me while I completed this most arduous of tasks. It's all jolly good fun. Jolly good fun. Yeah. Well, is it? Is it? Would you describe it as fun? Satisfying. It's satisfying more than it is fun. Satisfying more than it is fun. Yes. Good. Right. Yeah. We'll just go and see if this Wally is still going backwards or whether he's actually figured out what he's supposed to be doing. Neither would particularly surprise me at this juncture, but we'll check it anyway. Right, what's coming up? The last episode of Farm Sim is landing on Monday. Ignore this. What you've seen here happens about 3/4 of the way through Monday's episode of Farm Sim. It will make more sense in context. Yeah, no. What he's doing is he's doing a row, it seems, then backing up to do the next one. I don't know. What's the plan for tomorrow? Tomorrow you will have a Super Mega Baseball 4 exhibition game between Bulldozer Power and I don't know who yet. And that's purely because it's going to take me at least another week to get all the teams in. I think I've got 4 teams in so far, and then I've got another 4 teams that I've done the logos for. It takes time, to the extent that only people who have played for Bulldozer Power are getting their likenesses transferred. He's backing it up. I'm being harassed. Right, let's get out of his way. Already smarter than Prometheus. Yes. So yeah, former and existing BDP players will have their likenesses transferred, whereas whereas all the others, they may even change position. I'm not even keeping purity of position for other players, but they will be on the same teams. And then when the season kicks off, there'll be a draft anyway, so everyone will move from whatever team they're on now. Even BDP players. I know. Madness. But they'll be in the league somewhere, and I will try and sign them in Dynasty mode. What are you doing, dingus? I've been Colonel Failure. Thank you very much for tuning in today. I'll catch you next week. Next week, spaceships. Yeah. And then a whole new series of all kinds of something. I know what it is as well. I probably ought to record that sooner rather than later so I can get a feel for it. But thank you for joining me on this Odyssey. Have yourself a pleasant remainder of whatever remains of your weekend, and I'll talk to you very soon. Thanks for watching. Hang on, wrong button. Cheerio! Right button.